Good morning all. How are we doing this morning? I've literally just sat down here. I usually mark up a little bit earlier than this, but my daughter decided she wanted an omelette last minute, so I had to rush her around. How is everyone this morning? I hope you're all well. Just quickly marking up yesterday's highs and lows, just in case we come into contact with one of them. Morning Philip, morning Nicholas. Okie dokie, and so far we seem to be doing a bit of a range, so let's put some range lines in. Okay, and also let's have a look. Okay, that's fine. Right, we got in Mike. Morning Mike. Roger, morning Roger. EST Trader, morning. What? Afternoon. What else we got? Sam, morning Sam. Feeling better this morning? A little. I'll give myself one of those sort of nasal cleans last night. As vile as it sounds, it made me feel a bit better actually. Techno King, morning. Hope you're well. Yeah, I'm better, thank you. Leading Loser, morning. So what sort of day are we expecting today? What happened yesterday? We had that big push down, wasn't it? I was expecting another one, but we didn't really get it, did we? So I'm just wondering whether we may get it today. Hard to say. Let's have a quick look on... Why isn't that moving? Let's have a quick look on the daily. Okay, so we know we're in this overall downtrend, don't we? So big push down, a little bit of side... Well, let's say we had break, try to go once, try to go twice. We may get a continuation downwards today, but it is a May. But I just like to get a rough idea on what I can see here and what's happened in the past over the last sort of 8-10 months. I just have to sort of go with that. So that gives us an idea where we may go down. 10,000 tick chart is doing exactly like I thought, just ranging at the moment. So let's get rid of him. So okay, so yeah, I think we're just ranging at the moment. Let's have a look. I'm expecting a pump to 3880 and then a dump to 3800. Let's have a look. I wish your predictions came true, mate. I'd make a fortune. Let's have a look. What did you say? 3880. So you're expecting a push up to here, are you? Up to here. Yeah, what you said? 3880. And then a dump to 3800. Oh, down here, are you? 3800 right down here. Okay, well, we'll look at that one. If we come down there, I'll put your little mark up there and see if we get up. Because I take it that's where we may go first. If your prediction is right, and if it is, you can come on here and we'll swap places. Hey Fife, how you doing, bud? Are you working at the moment, or are you off for the Christmas holidays at the moment, are you? Let's have a look. That probably touches better there, doesn't it? There we go. Okay, so no news as we know. I was surprised yesterday how much volume there was actually. Well, actually, there wasn't a huge amount, but it was positive. Got 3 good trades in, so I was quite... excuse me a second. Sorry about that. And the old little tickle sets me off a bit. Yeah, it was quite a positive-ish day yesterday. I kind of like that big, and then there was quite a few opportunities yesterday. You know, every time we sort of came back up here. So it wasn't a bad day yesterday. Yeah, it's progressively got smaller if you look at that. I don't go that back any further, can I? No, that's about it really. Yeah, it's got a bit, but it's not making a difference to trading. I mean, yesterday, 3 good solid trades. In fact, I get $1,050, which is about $15 more than my best day. So Let's have a look. Off till the 4th of January. Good on you, mate. Good on you. Up in Speyside at the moment. Ooh. I'll be tasting a Speyside later. I got a couple, actually. I got a 12-year-old Glenlivet and a 12-year-old Aberlour. I had a drink of that last night with a bit of hot water and a bit of honey in to try and clean me a little bit. So not trade. Oh, you're not trading, just watching, yeah. It's actually trading pretty well at the moment, I gotta say. Yesterday was a great day. You are flying, Lance. Feel that you cracked it now. Well, it feels like it. But sometimes I just have that little thing pop in the back of my head. I don't know why. Probably normal, isn't it? I think it's about 18 days now, isn't it? Including the evaluation when I've had green days. Now, that should say something. But I suppose it's still quite early, isn't it, for me? And it takes a bit of time to get it through your head. You know, if I've been doing it for, I'd say 2 months, and then I'd say, yeah, I've cracked it. I sort of feel I'm in the right frame of mind now. The streaming's definitely been the leading factor. And I think partly that I've just come full circle and I've done all this stupid stuff. And, you know, so fingers crossed it'll be nice to get a payment. So they'll be about getting a payment of $2,000, which will enable me then just to work weekends so I can trade full time. Because I'm making more money at the moment when I'm trading than I am working, so it makes sense, and I hate working for other people. So the day I just don't have to work full time, that's going to be the best day ever, I've got to say. Who else you got there? Keefe, how you doing, Keefe? All right, now you in the boozer. Oh, you're talking to Fife here. In the boozer. Guy hasn't been to a pub for months for some reason. Techno King, second leg down, 3847, down here somewhere. Yeah, it's hard to say what it's doing yet. It's too early, isn't it, really? I mean, we're definitely ranging a little bit, aren't we? Whether we bounce off here and see, we've sort of ranged, but with good uptrends over the last few days, haven't we? It's sort of a range, isn't it? It's a lot of sideways stuff, but that big push down, and then we sort of made a correction, bit of sideways, and then we sort of staggered down, didn't we? So yesterday was a lot easier to trade. Well, it's always easier, isn't it, when you get a few good setups? Sometimes you can sit here for 2-3 hours, can't you? Struggle to find one. Morning, Kim. Morning, Dream Trades. Yeah, sometimes you can sit here for hours. I sat here for about 6 hours once and took one trade in about the last 10 minutes. But yeah, it's funny how it happens, isn't it? You've just got to take advantage when they're there and then, you know, sit back and relax when they're not. Yeah, see, there was a good trade there. That was a hidden second entry short. That was a good trade. So there was two good trades there. So yeah, it was I don't know, when did I finish? It was quite early yesterday, wasn't it? So I missed that one. I would have taken that one, especially with that one there, the bullish candle. I'd have taken that one for sure. So there's two more. So it would have been a really good day yesterday if I'd have stuck around a bit. But I don't know. I'd had a good day. I felt pretty naff, so I thought, might as well. I'm nicely up. That's the time you want to put your feet up, isn't it? DZT. I would rather stay trading 3 days a week and build confidence. Trading full time gives you a pressure that. Well, it's not so much that. When I say full time, I'd still be working Saturday, Sunday, so I wouldn't give up my work completely. Because I work for an agency, so I can pick and choose my hours. So all I will be doing is giving up Friday and Monday temporarily. Well, I give up Friday and Monday. See, if I can get a $2,000 payment with what I earn on a Saturday, Sunday, that will give me more in a month than I usually earn working Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday and trading 3 days. So it makes perfect sense in this instance. And obviously, if things change, I could go back to working Friday and Monday as well, or 3 days maybe. So, but I don't really feel much pressure, to be honest with you. I don't know. I don't know. We shall see. Jacko, sorry for ditching out early. It's all right, mate. Family stuff's got to come first. You know, an annoying wife. Daniel, afternoon. How you doing, buddy? What's it like down in the big smoke at the moment? In fact, I was having one of my dreaming sessions last night, and I was on YouTube looking around a $4 million outskirts of London house. I do that a lot lately. Right, what have we got here? Yeah, it's hard to trade here just at the moment. All good in the hood. Market's just opened. All right, there you go. That would make sense. Okay, so we've had this push. We've had a break. 2 legs to a new low. What's going to happen here? I think it's risky taking a trade here. Long, I would say. Just at the moment, we've only really had a touch or two here, and I am expecting some more downward movement. Good to dream, absolutely. Just keeps me inspired, it does. I love it, I do. I'm forever looking for Land Rovers and Mercedes, and just just really helps push me, I've got to say. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with having dreams, is there? I dream of a 25-year-old wife. But that's just between us. I don't think that's ever going to happen. Oh, get away. Okay, what's going to happen here? Now, this is technically a failed breakout, isn't it? What is that bar? 6. Okay, that may have been a good trade. Well, it would have been a good trade. At the moment, see, I wasn't sure whether we were going to pop up a bit and come down some more, but that would have been a good trade. Anybody get in on that? Yeah, it would have been a nice trade, that. What was it? What size was it? 3.5, about 3.5, so tick above 4 points. Your wife free here. Lucky man. Lucky man. Yeah, that would have been a good trade, that. Let's just pop one on there. Would I normally take in that? I don't know. It's hard to say at the moment. It's still quite early, isn't it? So I don't know whether we're coming down. We might have a little bit of a pullback and then down some more. I don't know yet. 12 points. Happy days. Lovely. Yeah, you had to be quite quick there, though. Well done. You're a new face, Art. Where you from, bud? Where you from? I always like to wait the first 5 minutes. Yeah. I mean, until it's a bit clear. I mean, we've had this. It came down. It didn't touch. So I was unsure what it was going to do, whether it was going to push through. And because I am expecting it to go down. But sometimes it may, it may do a little bit of sideways before it does. Yeah, man, that would have been nice, wouldn't it? You'd have got here. Maybe you'd have bottled it here, but what? See, if I'd have taken that, I'd have rode it up till probably here when it started to come down. So what would you got? Yeah, nice. I'd have probably dropped it here. Ooh, that would have been a nice trade, that. Sometimes you've got to be quick, but it is early. Market's only just open, so you just never know. But it was an engulfing bar. Now I look at it, yeah, I think it was an okay trade to take. If you look at this, see, we've got a new high there, break new high, a matching high, so you can recount that. So that's 2 legs down, so it's a second entry long. So that, look at that. Woof. That would have been a lovely trade if you'd have had the nerve to follow that up to the top. That's lovely. So what do you do here now if that ends up bearish? Do you take a short? Let's get one ready in case we get a lower high. Santa Monica. Oh, that sounds hot. See if we can get a lower high. I'm guessing, so we've had this push. That's a bit of a break to me. That's not one channel. I don't very much. So my hands are a bit shaky today, so yeah, okay. I think we can say that's a break. Okay, so I'm just wondering whether there are going to be any longs going there. Okay, that often happens. Push out the bottom, push out the top. Let's get ready. Took a short from 54, then long for 54, 10 points, nice. Is this a false breakout as well? The thing is, often when we have it at one end, we have it at the other end as well, so... But that looks a bit strong for me, let's see. I try not to pick tops, and if I pick that, that'll be a top. But it is a failed breakout, isn't it? So, let's see how it finishes. Just going to blow this up a little bit. Yeah, it's out one's out the top. Okay, I kind of like that. Let's see how that ends. Okay. See how we get on here. It's quite a big old bar as well. We've had a break out the bottom, break out the top, so I think it's I think that's a good trade. See what happens. Okay, let's get that out of the way. Kind of glad that didn't trigger. Trouble is, you've got to be careful dropping them, and it's very easy. Okay, that's a bit more like it. I don't think I'm going to get the chance to get in on that. That's a big old risky bar, that is. I don't like putting it way up there, but that is a failed breakout. And it is a big old bearish bar, so I'm guessing we're going to be coming down. So let's see how much of a nerve I have to take it lower. I think it's feasible, it could come right down. Let's keep close, just in case, because it might bounce off and fly up high. Okay, there's one leg down, this could be another leg down. Let's just careful here. It's a big old risk, but I've got to put it up there. Let's see what happens. See if this ends up bearish. Get rid of that. Don't like the way it's stalling there a bit. Getting a bad feeling about this. Just wondering if we're ending up in an uptrend like this. I don't think we are, but I've got to put that there really, I've got no choice. Perhaps I was a bit greedy. It's not over yet. Get back down behind here. I think that this needs to end up bearish, put it that way. And finish bearish, and then that would be 1, 2. Come on, keep coming down. Okay, that's not too bad. We may be looking at something like that. That's just a rough guess, but if we can get down behind here, boom, boom. Guessing there may be some longs in there, so that's a second entry long. So if we can push down below here, then I think I'm all right. I'd say after this breakout here, back into the range, big strong bearish in a failed breakout here, few pushes high, big bearish bar. I'd say we've got to come down at the range if we are ranging. If anything, I'm expecting it to go down more than anything, so I'm still pretty confident. Just going to give that one extra tick. I think we're doing a bit of range in here. So if we look at that now, that's a second entry short possibly. So if this ends up nice and bearish, then I'm liking it then to come down. This needs to end up bearish for that to be a second entry short. Do I want to take it? Not at the moment, because I've got such a big risk involved in here. But I'm hoping this ends up bearish, and then I'm fancying it then to come right down. Once we get below this area, then I think we're home free to a degree. Come on, down you come. Sometimes you just got to go with it. You're going to lose sometimes. It's a fact. There's nothing you can do about it. Trade looked good to me. Perhaps I should have taken it in here, but I don't know. It's not over yet. If this ends up nice and bearish, then my confidence is going to come back a bit. So if we look at this, 1 push up, 2 push ups, if this ends up bearish again, then I think we're good again. That's a second entry. Ooh, I'm tempted to take that, but no, I'm just going to stick to the one. Let's not get too greedy. Confidence is getting back a bit now, as long as this pushes down here. Now, I could get out of this one, but I still think that's the high, big bearish bar. We tried to go higher twice more, ended in quite a bearish bar. I'd still say we're coming down, so I don't want to. I've done this so many times, gotten out of a trade, and it's ended up coming all the way down, and I've regretted it. So I still think, I think the trade's good. If I'm honest, I'm going to hold on to it. And I think once we get below here, then I think there's a good chance we're coming down. So sometimes you just got to have that bit of confidence in your trade. Hopefully this finishes below the EMA, which will give me a bit more confidence. Okay, it's bounced on it. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. I still think I need to hold. Definitely going a bit sideways, that's for certain. Okay. This could be a... let's have a look at this. This ends up bearish. This could be a lower high. Yeah, sometimes you just got to be confident. I think we've had this push up. Yeah, we've had this clear breakout. We've had this bearish bar. So I'd say at the moment, I'm still thinking once we can get through this little bit of muck, we're going to come down. You've got to be in it to win it. Definitely a bit sideways. I did consider taking this. It was a bit more bearish, but I thought because it's a slightly higher risk, I think the sensible thing to do is just to does seem to respect in there. So I'm going to get my let's see if there is any. Definitely getting some sideways, aren't we? I don't think we'll hit here. Did I give it one extra tick? No. Just wondered if there'll be some longs there. That's a second entry long, which is triggered. So I'm hoping this finishes bearish. If that can break below here, then I think we're gold. And if I look at this, that's a new high, second entry long there. I'm still thinking down, so I'm hoping if this can break below here, I dare say the longs will probably have their stops below here, possibly not, possibly even here. So I think we need to comfortably break below here, and I think we're all right then. Just wondering whether to bring my stop down to here or not. No, I think it's safer up here. Yeah, there was a second entry long there. Yeah, I think it's beginning to look a little bit eerie. But hopefully this area here is holding price. Now that could be a good thing. Or it might not be. It's a bit hard to say at the moment. Well, I'm not going to worry too much about it. It is what it is. I'm in the trade now. I have to run with it. I still think that was a good setup. I think that was another... Oh, shit. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Okay, let's see if this is the time now. If we can get below here, but price does seem to be. I'm just wondering whether to just get out of this. Let's see what happens. I think if we can push down here, I definitely think after this big push up, I think the chances we're going to come down is good, isn't it? If we can break below here. So this needs to end bearish, which is looking like it's going to. Okay, there we go. So let's... I always do this, jump out too quick and it keeps going, so I'm going to hold on a bit. I think it's fair to say we're likely to come to the other end of the channel, so I think I'll be stupid not to try and hold on a bit. Let's put it there, so at least I've secured some. And hopefully it's going to take me out, and hopefully we won't get too far up before we push down some more. I think it's feasible to say with what we've seen here, it's going to come down some more, so do I leave it there or what? I think let's go back up here a little bit. 7, 8, 9. I've got 3.5 points in the bag anyway. I know it's a bit of a cop out, but I still think we're going to have a little pull and then some more, so I think it might be sensible just to hold on a bit. A lot of the times I do come out my trades a bit early and it ends up going right the way down some more and I end up wishing I'd have held on, but let's leave that there, see if we can get a good run out of this. I'm going to leave that there. So the usual way to do it is to put it on the previous swing high. If we can break below here, then I think it'd just be nice to get $1,000 out of this if I can. I'm going to leave that there, see what happens. Okay. I'm just going to keep it tight. Come on. Okay. Probably could have took that some more, but I don't know. Sometimes I like to just guarantee myself something nice. Now, I think there's a good chance it's going to come here, but where I started this little bit of a channel, it may bottom here a bit, but I got, what do we get, $1,091, so I'm happy with that. Sometimes you get a bit greedy and you end up coming up here, you lose your bottle a bit, but I think the trade was good. Obviously it went a bit side, but sometimes they do. I've seen some of Max, and sometimes they'll come back up and touch right where that finishes and go a bit sideways, and then they'll come down. So sometimes these trades do take time, but you've got to have confidence in them. But you could clearly see my confidence starting to lapse a little bit. At one point I nearly came out for $75, but sometimes you just got to keep that bit. See what's happened here. See, I'd be thinking that's going to come back up and retest here now, the bottom of the A, but I'm happy with that. I mean, look, 2 contracts, you can't moan at that, can you? Yeah, it's nice when it works, isn't it? But if you notice, sometimes over the last few days, I've got out of my trades with a nice bit of profit. You know, I can't deny that. But then in a lot of cases, if I'd have just had a little bit more patience, they'd have gone a bit further. So I think, you know, it's a sensible thing. I did consider, if that was really bearish, I think I considered that. But because I had such a big risk on it, I can't remember what my risk was. It was quite high, wasn't it? I think it was a bit lower than here. Where was it? I gave it an extra tick, so it was about, I think I went a bit lower than that, didn't I? So it's probably 5.5 points, 6 points maybe, the risk. Like that. There we go. So, yeah, cheers guys. It's just having that belief, isn't it? If you look what's happened so far, trouble is a lot of the time you've got to use your common sense, but it's that little bit of doubt that gets involved, isn't it? So we're clearly going sideways here. We've had a breakout which is failed, come back in. We've had another breakout the other end, which often does. Also, we've broken out of a channel and we've made sort of 1, 2, 3 good pushes up, followed by a massive bearish bar. Stands to reason it's going to come down, and it never came up to the same point. And if you look where it came up last time, every time it came up it went lower and lower. Sometimes it does take a bit to get moving, but I think I got out the right time actually, because I'll be crapping myself a little bit now, thinking why did I be too greedy? So I took it to the midline, I think, so thereabouts. So a little look, where did I come out here? Yeah, okay. Well, look, it only went down about another point and a bit. So I think I took that at the right time. It's probably likely going to hit this and come down some more, but I came out there and it went down another sort of, you'd have got another 1.5 out of that. So I came out at the right time, I think. So what do we get? 58, 11 points, is that right? 11 points. Okay. Great start. That's what you want. God, it seems after Christmas seems to be the best time to trade, and I had 2 great trades in a row. Excuse me a second. Sorry about that. I'm still coughing and spluttering a bit here. Plus, was it 11 points, was it? 11 points. Okay. Okay, that was a good start. Let's try and figure out what's happening now. $15 of maximum stress. I didn't feel too bad. Don't get me wrong, when it came up here a bit, I got a bit nervous. But, you know, I'm just keep trying to tell myself, I've been going now for 3.5 weeks and I've had losses. I had a 450 quid loss, but the following, and I ended up with like $120 that day, but the following day I had $1,000. So it's just having that belief that now and again, you know, you're not always going to have $1,000 days. I've had 2 in a row. That's brilliant. I didn't think I'd get that this close to Christmas, but, you know, I think it's telling yourself, look, you have got the skills to do it. You can clearly see that. So the only other difficult bit you've got to manage is the psychological side. So when you take a loss, you just have to deal with it. And I think the more you take losses, the more you get those emotions, the closer you get. I don't, you know, that question has been asked so many times. There's 1,000 books out on the psychological side of it, and people will say, try this, try that. I honestly don't believe a lot of that really works. I think the only thing that works is time. I don't think it's any more complicated than that. And I've been doing this, I've been blowing accounts now for the last 18 months just doing this. I never did any live accounts when I was currency trading, but, you know, I've showed you how many accounts I've blown. If anybody hasn't seen, there you go. That's all my blown accounts. You think it finishes there? Nope, it don't. So let's have a look at that. So this was the 70th evaluation just on Apex I passed. 70th. So there's 8 PA accounts, all with Apex. This is the 9th. And all those into, there's a couple of my own, I think. That one was my own, and that one. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So 15 on top of 70. That's 85. 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93. 93 failed evaluations and PA accounts. 93 of them. So it just goes to show you Excuse my French, but you can fuck up plenty and still come back. So it's just, I mean, I would say the last sort of couple of months, I've been that frustrated. I've just been throwing them away. I think we had a 80% off about a month and a half ago. I think it was Halloween. I think they had an 80% off deal. And I ended up blowing 6 in a day. I bought one, failed it, bought one, failed. Because I was in this little sort of turmoil of just frustration, and I felt like my guts were knotted up and I was blowing them. I was feeling sick, so I was just having another go, and I was just trying to hit the big, I was doing 10 contracts and it was either shit or bust. And I just went through so much time doing that. And I think after a while, you've got to come through it. You can't keep doing it. And as I've said before, it's almost like being in a bad relationship or somebody, you split up from someone. What do? You go out, you get drunk, you might have a punch up, you argue, you shout, you scream, you get all that frustrated out of you, dealing with all those emotions, and at some point you come out the end. There's no other two ways about it. I don't think it's any more complicated than time. You failed, Akshay. How do you say your name? Akshay? Akshay, you're a new face. Welcome. Where you from, brother? You failed at 150 PA last week and you just passed 100k today. Good on you. It's a nice feeling when it works, but all I say is if you've got a new PA account, take your time. Try and keep hold of that good feeling. I know when I had a day on a PA account, I had an okay day. The rest of that evening, I felt really good. But then it's just, excuse me a second, I'm just going to have a cough. Sorry. And then you sort of, there's a second entry short here, but I'm a bit nervous about that. I don't like the fact that we only came back to here. So it may come back to them, I don't know, but I'm going to leave that at the moment. Where was I? Are you from India? And you live in Canada? Excellent. So if you're from India, I'm assuming you love your cricket. Because most Indians do. I know a couple of Indian guys where I live and they love the cricket. I love my cricket as well. And I love beating India at cricket. But I love the Indian people. I think they're so friendly. They just want to feed you. And I love the way they're passionate about the cricket. So I've got a lot of time for the Indian culture. They're great people. It's a place on my list to go, India is. When I grow up, get a bit older, earn some money. So that would have been a good short, actually, thinking about it. But, yeah. Wouldn't have been a good short. 2 legs up short. I don't know, because we've had this and then we've pulled in. I wasn't sure whether we were going to maybe come back and go up a bit. It's a little bit. I'm going to get rid of that. And I'm going to put that. Just trying to find the most touches. Let's leave it about there, I think. Okay. So we're definitely in a bit of a range, haven't we? We've had this breakout pullback. We've done the same here, back in, bit of sideways, and then back in, just broke below the midline. Where's the open? Here, isn't it? Let's put. Where do we open? We open high and go low, don't we? So the open would have been there. That's the market open. I'm quite glad I came out where I did there. I think I made a good choice. I was convinced it was coming down to this side, but it just goes to show, doesn't it? But I mean, it has come back up. It still may come down here, but I think I got out at the right time, actually. Give me $200, my dear. Yes, so that I can pass my evasion today. Where are you from, buddy? You're a new face as well. Kevin M. Have you been here before, Kevin M? Oh, Kevin M. And you're speaking my language. I rage like that a few times. I can't explain it, but it feels good just to throw away the account. Yeah, it's a funny old business, isn't it, trading? I've got to say, there was many times where I thought, I don't think I'm really going to get the hang of this. Now, what I will say is, you hear people talking about, that last few years was a real journey. They talk about, Bracknell. I got you. So, what's that? North, south, east? Is that north, east London? I can't think now. I know we got another guy from London here. Where is he? Is it Dan? Not Daniel. Is it Daniel? Let's have a look. Still getting used to names. He's up here somewhere. He's up at the top here somewhere. Where are you? Speak up wherever you are. Yeah, Daniel. Daniel's from London. There's quite a few guys from the UK here, actually. What does Apex PA mean? Well, I've heard it described as two ways: performance account and paid account. So yeah, someone else says performance. Some people, I think most people say performance, but I did hear somebody refer to it as a paid account, and I thought that works. So it's either or, but it is a paid account. These are two, Christ almighty, there's a lot of people from the UK. I think you US guys are getting a bit surrounded here, aren't you? We got Valentino. Good way. Valentino. Yeah, Valentino, yeah, you're not wrong. At one point I got that frustrated with Apex, I went on to a Trustpilot and give them the shittest review I could. And after I calmed down about an hour, I went and took it off. It's not their fault, they're trying to make a living, you can't blame them. But yeah, I know what you're saying, they do make it very easy. They suck you in, don't they? But that's the business. That's what they're there to do. That's their business model. And as far as I'm concerned, as long as they pay out at the end of the day when you earn the money, then I'm happy with that. But trading is notoriously hard anyway. There's no two ways about it. It takes time. It's not easy. If it was that easy, we'd all be doing it. And I kind of like the fact that it's tough, because when you actually get there, it makes you feel like you've really succeeded something. And I have got a particular member of my family that's thought, well, how could you be a trader? We're talking about some of the most educated university young guys that come out with degrees coming out their ears. What makes you think you could do it? So I can't wait to rub that person's nose in it. But when people say that just makes them spur me on all the more, that does. I love a challenge, and I love it when people say you can't do something. I like to rub their noses in it. So that's on my list. So what have I missed here? Hey Brant, how you doing, buddy? Groll Daddy, how does those performance accounts work? Well, basically, it's just almost like a live account. That's what you treat it as. You've got to, for this particular one, I started on $50,000. You've got to get, as you know, your trailing drawdown is the same on here as it is on the evaluation. The only difference is it stops here at 50,100. So now I'm $5,700 away from it, so I've got myself a nice big cushion there. And then once you get above $2,600 and you trade it for 10 days, effectively you can withdraw. Now, obviously, withdrawing, say, $2,000 would only leave you with $600, so you wouldn't have much room for error. So unless you need the money, I did consider just withdrawing it all, doing another evaluation in a PA account, and just paying the one-off fee, because I'm paying $85 a month for this. So I did consider doing that, but I thought, it's just maybe a bit petty. But I do plan, when I get paid, to maybe get another couple of accounts. I've never been a fan of multiple accounts while I'm learning, because it just means I'm blowing more than one at the same time. So, do I stream daily? At the moment, I've been streaming 3 to 4 days. But the plan is, in the middle of January, I can reduce my normal working hours and trade Monday to Friday. That's the plan. So, hey, Kirk, how you doing? The best trader I've seen, I wouldn't trust to my Lorna. You don't need an expensive education, just need a different way of thinking. Absolutely. Yeah, it doesn't take a genius to do this, does it really? But no, some people think, you're going to come out of university with degrees coming out your pockets. It doesn't make no difference. It's not rocket science. It's just like most things, you've got to learn to do it. But I remember hearing, I think I read in Mark Douglas's book, he used to go around to some of these big trading groups and work with their traders. because they struggle with the psychological side just like the rest of us. Just because they might have been born with an extra degree doesn't make a difference. So anybody can do this. The most basic of education, it doesn't really matter. You have a good Christmas, Kirk? I've seen you for a while. Plan wasn't to trade over Christmas, but I traded yesterday. A few rumours, people saying they were trading, so I had a good day yesterday, good day today so far. So everything over 50,100 is yours. Absolutely, yeah. The only stipulation is for the first 3 months you're limited on a $50,000 account to withdraw up to $2,000 per month for the first 3 months. And that, I believe, just stops people just trying to get a home run. Trying to get a bit lucky, but that's okay. I'm quite happy to build that account up, because once I get, the plan is when I get to $15,000 is to go up a contract, and then when I go up to $20,000 is to go up another. So every $5,000 after, when I get to 15, I'll up my contract size. So that then should slowly increase my equity curve, and hopefully make me a little bit more money. So I don't mind the fact that the first 3 months I can take a limited amount. Gives me a chance to build the account, because ultimately that's what you want to be doing. You only trade 3 days. Currently, yeah, 3 to 4 days. It depends on my work schedule. But the plan is when I get a first payment, which will be the middle of January, all being well, I will then just work the weekends and I'll trade Monday to Friday. Because I can earn more money based on what I've earned over the last 10 days. I can earn more money doing this than I can in my normal job. So I'll show you my ATM strategy. That's it there. This is 14 tick stop is just where I like to leave it, and then I adjust it accordingly. And I try to. I was watching Top Pick Trader, the American guy, not Marco, and he goes for 4 points a lot of the time, so that's why I put that there. But obviously it depends what the market looks like, whether I think it's going to come down further, and I just put them there. They're sort of random. That's what I like to take if it's just a random guess really, but I tend to sort of judge them as I see them really now. I was expecting to get down to the bottom here. We didn't get as far as I thought, but I took mine about a 1.5 above the bottom. So, although it came back up and it's come back down, so, but yeah. Excuse me a second. Sorry, I've still got this car keep barking out with cold. Have you tried using the trailing stop? I've tried on a demo once, maybe a year or so ago. But I didn't carry on because I just went from one point. See, when I started with one contract, and what I could gather from Mac is until you get up to 5 contract, his thoughts were you only trade 20% of your profit on your runner. So if you've got 5 contracts, you trade just one of them on a runner. So obviously I was only trading 1 contract at the time, 1 point scalp. So I never used it really. And then when I went to 2 points, I never used it again. But I don't know. I just tend to judge it. It's worked so far, so I got the thought that if it isn't broken, don't try and fix it. So, Timothy, a random guess. Yeah, just. I like to try and get 1-to-1. I like to try and get 1-to-1 minimum, and in most cases, if you add a bar, a tick above, tick below, it's somewhere around about the 3.5. So the ATR is quite large at the moment. So if you put a tick above and a tick below, you've got 4 points there. So my ATM strategy is set at 4 points. So that's my profit is 4 points. That's a little bit less, but you'd always most of the time be adjusting that. So that's set at 4 points, which is a tick above and a tick below where the ATR is, which would be 4 points then. So that's what I tend to do. But I don't adjust it because it fluctuates. But sometimes when I see it, most of the time I'll usually bring my profit target down. But it's just a way I suppose when you've been doing it a while, you get a feel for what works for you. So it's no sort of magical solution. It's just what I've. Just bear me just a second. Sorry about that. Oh, cold tea. Oof. Right, where have I missed? Jim Grady. Investing. I've noticed that 5-point profit always seems to be 1 point too many. Cut back to 3 or 4. Yeah, do you know what I will say is I save all my charts every day. I take a picture of my chart. And at the end of the day, you can genuinely go back and say, that was a good trade, that was a good trade, that was a bad trade. If you look at your good trades and just measure how far they went, and it'll give you an idea. That's how I went from 1 point to 2 points. I looked at, I don't know if anybody know Daniel, who's on the Facebook group. He's one of the admin guys, an experienced trader, I think. He's been trading a fair few years, I think. Tends to be him and Marco. He used to post his charts every day, and I looked back on all of his charts for 2 weeks. And I remember rightly, there was a total of about 36 trades, and every single one of them made at least 2 points. Every one of them. So for me, going from 1 point to 2 points was a no-brainer, even if it worked, 50% of the time. But that's how I went to 2 points from 1 point, because you're doubling your profit straight away. And then I went to 1-to-1 by watching the Penguin Trader guy, and I think he's a great trader. He's very technical. He clearly does well at it, and he clearly makes a lot more money than I do based on contract size. So I watch him, and he was the one that made me go then from 2 points to 1-to-1. But there is so much left. I mean, if I'd have taken this, look, and I'd have had the nuts to sort of let it go, look what I could have taken. This one as well, second entry short. Bearish, not too bad. That would have worked as well. Second entry short, that one, that would, look what, that would have made 10 points. That would have made the same. That's probably going to make the same. But there's way more money than 1 or 2 points in the market. And sometimes it just seems sacrilege but it does take a little bit of nerve to go from where your comfort zone is. So I'd say, you do want to try on a demo, or even just go back at the end of the day and work out how many points you took and how many points it went. That'll make the decision for you. Said he didn't make a penny until he went from. Yeah, I agree with that. I started scalping 1 point. Now, the trouble is that ATR, if you had the tick above, tick below on that ATR, you're talking 4 points. So if you win 5 trades in a row, you're up 5 points, okay? 5 winning trades. You lose one, you've lost 4 points. You take away your commissions, you've already made $20. So what you've effectively done is one loss is wiped out 5 trades, 5 winning trades. And that's heartbreaking, that is. You win 5 trades in a row, that's pretty good. But the beauty now, whereas 1 bad trade wipe out 5, 1 bad trade will be corrected by 1 good trade. So, I always do minimum 1-to-1, or I try to. There was a couple of trades I ended up taking 2 and 2.5 points because it probably I lost my nerve a little bit because I was doing well. But that'll come in time. The more skills you get, the more confident you get, the more belief. If I've been doing this for 6 months and taking money every month, my confidence level in myself and my abilities are going to be obviously a lot higher than they are now. And when you've been trading as long as Mac, it's just a formality, isn't it? There is a possible second entry short there. I don't like the way it's sitting on the midline. Let's have a look. Although we have respected this line, so see where it ends. Touch dear, touch dear, touch dear. Let's get one ready. I don't like to lose money, but if that ends up bearish, I think it's not a bad trade. But the EMA is a little bit flat. No, I don't think it's going to end up bearish anyway. I kind of hope it doesn't. No. Something I don't like about that. Where was I? How long time did you spend to become profitable? Well, I haven't yet. So I started trading 2 years ago. I did currency for 6 months, and I've been trading this for the last year and a half. And this is the first time I built this PA account up to this figure here. So I'm not profitable. Well, you could call me profitable now, yeah. But it's only literally just happened. But if you look back on the videos I've made over the last sort of month, you'll see me take an evaluation and pass it, and you'll see me start the PA account and build it up to this now, and it's all there if you want to look at anything back. But this is basically it. This is me. This is the first time it's working for me. So you're looking at progression in motion. So look. Morning, Ian. How you doing, buddy? We got here, Mike. It's not only heartbreaking, it's dumb. Yeah, I agree. Now, for Mac, he started this system way back, didn't he? I believe he's been doing it for 12 or 13 years, and maybe things were different then. Maybe that ATR was a lot smaller. I think there's a lot more volume in the market now. There's a lot more guys like me and you, sort of traders giving it a go and getting there, because it's so easy to do. You just need a computer and internet connection. So there's so many more people trading now, so that possibly has to do with why the bars are bigger. And yeah, I am surprised Mac hasn't adjusted it to 2 points at least, because I think you need to be going for, my personal opinion, you need to be going for at least 2 points now. But if you look at good trades, and if you look back, you look at anyone's trades, look at Mac's, look at the good trades, the ones he marks in a red, and look how far they go. Because what you usually find here is you'll go up, you'll have a break, you'll have a big bearish bar, and that's usually the indicator, down we go. So if you look at the good trades, they've done half go. But it's the trades that are a little bit dodgy that you tend to take a lot more when you're losing, and they maybe only go for a point before you get stopped out, and that gives you a little bit of doubt. Is it, are you sure I can go for 1 to 2 or 1 to 1? But when you get the good trades, when you get used to spotting the good trades, like if I look at that now, you could draw this up to here a bit. It was a second entry short. We're in a downtrend. I thought the trend was slightly risky, but obviously the market thought it was good. But it is a clear second entry. It's clearly 2 legs up. It's, some people might call that a doji. It's not. A doji is when it's in the middle and there's equal amount of buyers and sellers. That is a tick or 2 off about being a big bearish bar. And on a lot of people's charts, it probably is. So, but look at that go down there. So even just in that first push, it went down 6 and a quarter. You'd have got 6 points just in that first push. So taking a point here is just. No, I just think things have changed, and you've got to move with the markets. You can't just stick doing the same thing year in, year out. Now, if Mac's trading 20 contracts and he's trading 5 on a runner, I believe Mac does a lot more swing trading with his runners. Takes them out for a good bit of time, and I think that's where he makes most of his money. So. Perhaps just scalping a point works for him. He's been doing it that long. That's his way. And if it works for him and he makes a lot of money out of it, then it's all good. Let's have a look what we missed here. Thomas Way's going for 2 points. I think he's doing well. Yeah, 2 points to 10 ticks he does, doesn't he? Yeah, he seems to do okay. Apex's sniper system is the same. You'll risk like 22 ticks to make 10. Yeah, I've never really looked into the sniper system. In fact, I tell a lie, I think for a day, I signed up to the free thing, and I just looked at the charts and I thought, it's like looking at it's like looking at Latin. I just couldn't figure out what the hell was going on, and I just thought, why am I looking into this when I know this system works? I just need to be focusing on the one and, trying to master this, not looking at others. So I think if you start the sniper system when you first start the trading, I think, yeah, stick to it. But I believe that works just as good as any other system, really. There's so many systems out there. So if you took this now and you had the cojones to sit and wait for that, look what happened. It went right back to where we thought it would do in this initial push. So would you call this a failed breakout again? I think you possibly would. I don't like the fact that green bar hasn't ticked below here. I think it's safe to say so far we're clearly ranging. So we had that push out, didn't we? Mind you, I did adjust that, didn't I? But perhaps I need to adjust this, so perhaps it's not. Where does that come to? Oh, look at that. Strange, isn't it? So, okay, I've just adjusted the range now, like I did up there. I think you generally take them to where they touch the most. So, I don't like the way that was an inside bar. It's not to say it wasn't going to work, but I like that bar really to tick below there. Tick below that red bar. Latin's hard, yeah. That was something that was missed on my education, Latin. I struggle with English. Kirk, where are you? Just watch now what you're up. You're up $3,100, are you? Excellent. Good on you. Nice to have a good day, isn't it? You'll be eating steak for tea. Have I ever looked into footprint charts? Now that would be talking about it a couple of days ago. What's it called? Gone blank. It shows the numbers in the bars, doesn't it? What's it called? Order flow. That would be order flow. I'm assuming that's what you mean. Haven't tried it. I know I've got a trader buddy, Marlon, who uses it and has some success with it. I think the thing is with me, I like to, if a trade's going to turn into a good trade, often it does it in the last couple of seconds. So I try to focus on that one and glancing over onto another chart at some, trying to get the right digits in my head quickly to make a decision, I think will be a bit distracting for me, but it works for some people. Perhaps it might be a better option to use it not to take the trade, but to see, maybe to keep you in a trade longer. So if you're money coming out of my account, you can hear that. So maybe if you're trying to run a, then it might be an option for that. Let's see what happens here. So we've had 1 touch, 2 touch, 3 touches. See if we get a bullish bar off here. Let's get one ready. You could certainly call that a triple test. Oh no, maybe not. You could call that a failed breakout though, couldn't you? That was a big push down, wasn't it? So I'm assuming there was a lot of, some longs in there, weren't there? And I'm quite surprised the longs held it right the way to the top, out the top and all the bloody way down. I'm quite shocked they did that, because there was clearly longs there, otherwise it wouldn't have tanked out the bottom. I doubt they'd have been there. It didn't jump until it broke here, I don't think, so I don't know. Order flow, yeah, order flow. It just shows you larger bars, but with all the orders in the book waiting to trigger. yeah, it just shows all the potential traders sat there with orders waiting to trigger. So if you've got a large amount of longs sat there waiting to trigger, I think that, you know, the theory is this is a lower high, isn't it? Or a higher low. See how this works out. Because we've had this failed breakout, and so I think it's... See how it finishes. No. Let's get rid of that for now. What I try not to do is, when I get a good start like this, I try not to take stupid risky trades. Find footprint charts, interesting in concept. Unfinished and finished auctions and such. Yeah. I think if the trouble is making a decision, like I say, the bars often finish, which is, I mean, that until it finished on its low is a trade I wouldn't have taken, and then to have to glance onto another screen or another part of the screen and, you know, look for numbers. I've never tried it, so I'm probably not the best to describe it, but I believe it's all in green anyway, so it's probably more obvious. So yeah, it probably would work. It's just having a... excuse me a second. So yeah, it's just having an extra sort of set of hands, if you like, isn't it? Helping you out. Just switch my phone off because it's likely to go off again. Patrick Whelan likes order flow, but he's going for bigger moves on bigger time frames. Yeah, bigger time frames obviously work a bit slower, so that would make sense. But obviously, this, you know, it moves pretty quick, this, doesn't it? So, excuse me. Go straight away. It may come back all the way to the range highs. Test the lows again at 3.8. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to say at the moment. I mean, we're clearly in a range at the moment. Okay, so we've had a breakout of it there. It just wasn't really a setup. I had a fair idea it was going to go back in. Whether it comes in and comes out, I'd say it's probably going to come in a bit further, but... or it could break up here and have a second entry short. But I tend to not want to short there really, because so far it's been in a range and we've had a breakout and it's failed, so I don't want to be going short just yet, especially at the bottom of a range. Yeah, Kirk, yeah, I agree. See, the trouble is, he's been teaching that system for so long. Perhaps he has adapted his. We just don't know, do we? I'd be surprised if he hasn't gone from 1 point, because it doesn't take a genius to work out, you know, if you take a good trade, how many points it went before it... Surely, you know, it stands to reason a trader of max caliber would see, well, hold on a minute, I took a short there, I took 1 point and it went down a further 6. So did the next one, so did the next one, and the 3 the day before and the day... It doesn't take a genius to work that out, so... I don't. If he does just stick to 1 point, I'm really surprised, because, you know, he clearly knows what he's doing. He's been doing it for years. So, but you would just think you naturally move on. Things change, don't they? And you have to constantly move with them, otherwise you end up missing out. Late start, looks like I missed some good trades. Yeah, it was just the one up here. Came out of it 1.5 or so, around about here, I think. Which The trouble is, I mean, if you look at where it went, every time it came up, it went lower and lower. So I think it was destined to come to this side of the range anyway. But I don't know if I've got the balls to sit and wait while it goes through that lot. Not just yet. I'm happy with what I've got at the moment. I'm happy building the account up, and it's coming up lovely. I mean, on 2 contracts, $1,000. If you can get that, it's solid trading. That is. And that's all I want to try and do is just keep building this count up nice. So then hopefully once I get these first few months with a lower pay, I can start to earn some nice money and give up work permanently. That'll be the happiest day of my life. I just want to take my family on a nice holiday this year if I can. I want a couple of weekends away. We haven't been away for a couple of years because of COVID. It's the job I was in at the time, I ended up losing because of COVID, and then it was just work was getting harder and harder, and it was a tough time for everybody, especially people who lost family members. So we've just stayed away from travelling really for the last sort of 2.5-3 years, but I think this is the year, hopefully, as things get a little bit better money-wise, we can afford to take a bit of time away. Yeah, what you mean, mate? I mean, literally a test, then a bar, then another test, etc. Yeah. Ooh, what's happening here? See, if I look at the daily, I have been expecting it to come down. If we look back, as we know, until, more or less the beginning of the year, we've had this range, we've had this trend channel up, down, up, down, up, down, and nothing changed there. And then we had that good push down over a few days, and a couple of days of a bit of a pullback, and we're trying to go once, trying to go twice. So I'm expecting now another move down over the coming few days. So that just gives me an idea of where it's likely to go. So I am generally expecting down. Whether we'll do it now or not, I don't know. That big push down, bit of a consolidation, but to the downside. So we certainly are moving downwards, aren't we? Yeah, that was that big push down. We had those couple of red candles on the daily, and then we had that bit of a pullback, and now we seem to be, I'm guessing it's going to be something like this. Excuse me a sec. Sorry about that. Okay. Daily Grands. I think you're a new face, aren't you? Welcome, my friend. Where are you from? Always like to know where people are from. Daily Grands. He never puts his P&L live on the screen. Takes trades one account. Multiple accounts straight away. Yeah. There's probably a lot of traders out there that have gone through Apex making a ton of money. If you look, they list them now, the payouts, and some of them have made, I think there was a guy on a bunch of accounts withdrew $200,000 on 10 accounts. There's been some really big payouts, but they're, just so much that we don't hear about them because, they're not active on YouTube, in groups like, the Facebook groups and that. Just because we don't see them there doesn't mean they're not there. But there's a lot of people making a lot of money. I try to protect the winner. It screws up. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if when I was moving down there, you got to try and secure as much profit you can. And now I'm up a nice amount. The last thing you want to go doing is losing a chunk of it. So what I tend to do is be a little bit extra choosy. So I tend to not do something stupid, because of what I don't like doing is giving it back. And I think it's important to, when you get some profits, to hold on to them and protect them. They removed the 800k post last night. They do remove a few things, don't they, on some of these Facebook groups, which is a bit annoying because when somebody removes something, it tells me they don't want when you see it. That makes me a little bit nervous sometimes. I think they need to be a little bit more open. I think they are a lot, definitely, but some posts that people put, it's like, we don't want you to hear that, so we're going to get rid of it. So they just make it a little bit nervous, don't they? I don't quite know why they do it sometimes. You've got to take the good with the bad, haven't you? But I think if you're open, people will get a general feel for what you're about. If you try and cover stuff up, people get suspicious. Brant. And today they redacted his name on the payout page. See, I just don't quite get it. If you put you've earned X amount of money on a Facebook group, I love hearing about that. I do, because it just tells me that there are people earning that sort of money, and Apex pay them. So I'm thinking Apex would love that. I suppose they do to a degree, but I love hearing about people doing well because it just gives me a bit more hope. 300k accounts. Yeah, they. Withdrawal was over $1 million. Yeah, Marlon said something to me about that. $1 million this year. It's almost 20% their total. But if he's earning that sort of money, they must be copying his trades because they're going to get some out of it. I mean, if he's withdrawn $1 million and they're making 10%, that's 100,000 a year. That's way more than they're going to get from 50 of the worst evaluation account blowers that they've got. So if you've got a trader and he can turn over $1 million in a year, you'd be stupid not to put your money into him, wouldn't you? Carefully, of course. People making huge money. Yeah, there are people making money. I love hearing about it because I do wonder, what if I've even thought, what if I get to draw 10,000 out a month? Oh, is that a bit much? But when I'm seeing how much people, that's peanuts. Because I believe if I can get this account up, if I can get up to $20,000, I'll be doubling my my contract size, which effectively, based on what I've earned over 10 days, I think if you this is the 10th day today, if you double that over the next 10 days, there's $11,500 there just on two contracts, sorry. If I was trading 4 contracts, you could feasibly say that's double. I could trade double that again. You can go up to 10 accounts, so I could earn 5 times. That would be somewhere in the region of $56,000 in a month, potentially, on 10 contracts. It's a huge amount of money to be withdrawing, and I did wonder if I'd spent all this time putting all this money into Apex, and if I start to end up, to earn £10,000 or £20,000 a month, are they going to go, ooh, But it doesn't seem so. What's your biggest payout monthly? Are you talking about me? I haven't had a payout monthly. This is I'm in new territory. I am. I've blown many accounts, but I seem to have come full circle a bit. I think that probably 90% of the contributing factor is me streaming live and having people watch, because you're less likely to make a tit of yourself. And I think the fact that I've just come full circle from being careful to being damn right stupidity, and I think I'm just starting to come out the end of it. It does look like we may be pushing down. Another good reason why I'm streaming is because it's all in front of you recorded. So if Apex ever do any issues, I can say, well, there you go, there's my trades. You can clearly see them. You tell me where there's any issues. As far as I'm concerned, I've done nothing but good standard setups. I think the most trades I've done in a day is 4. The minimum I've done is 1. So I don't see how anyone could pick any issues with my trades. But it is nice to know it's recorded, so if I have ever any issues, I can go, well, take a look. You show me where there's a problem. What is the profit out there? So if they stop you withdrawing, that spells the end. Yeah, they've got to be very careful. The thing is, with the likes of social media now, bad news gets around quickly. And, once rumours start flying around, that's not good for business. So, it's okay saying, we'll take all, you 100,000 guys, failure after failure after failure, we'll take all your money. And then when one of you does well, we're not happy about that. No, you can't do that. You've got to play the game. You've got to be fair, otherwise you've got no business. You'll lose quick. And I reckon Apex make a ton of money and they're not going to want to throw that away, I don't think. They bend over backwards trying to be the best prop firm with all the, with all the offers. But I do want to get to the fact that I can withdraw a nice bit of money and I can have some money in my bank. Should there ever be an issue, then I'll have some funds to be able to trade my own account. Because if you can trade, you can trade. It doesn't matter whether you trade your own account or a prop firm. If you've got the skills to trade, it's just a matter of getting some funds, isn't it? 18. Yeah, this is, I think it's day 10. Yeah, this is day 10 and 7 days. 7 days on a evaluation, and I did a day before. So yeah, it's at 19 days. 18 days, all green. So that's the most important thing for me, getting a green day. I do understand that at some point I may get a red day. I've certainly lost trades, and I've come in there. I've took a trade within 5 minutes and been $450 down. So I have lost trades, but I've dealt with them okay. Mainly because I got people watching me, and you just sort of got to get on with it, don't you? There's no point in crying over spilt milk. 1 hour no trades for you. Yeah, when was this? It's been about an hour now, isn't it? Yeah, hour and a half. Yeah, I've had nothing. There has been possible. That was an opportunity. Some might call it good, some might call it risky. It's hard to say really, but it was certainly a second entry short. Clearly 2 legs up. So I think that was a pretty good trade. I'll just try and get a little bit more particular now when I'm if I wouldn't have had a trade yet, I'd have taken that, but while I'm up a nice amount, I'm sure I want to try and protect it. It's so simple if you have 2 accounts and 1 long short. Well, daily grands, I'll mention something about that. I believe, and I heard this from a few people, that there was an issue with someone who went to withdraw $30,000 and apparently him and a friend had passed a PA account. They'd maxed out on their contracts on the news. One had gone long, one had gone short, and I think one of them made $30,000 in a trade. And then for the remaining, and I think it was 25 days, and for the remaining 25 days, I believe, from what I was told, he did 1 micro a day. Now, that's clearly manipulating the system, so they didn't pay out, I believe. But, I mean, it's clearly, if you're trying to manipulate the system, I understand Apex trying to protect themselves from that, because they're after consistent traders that I believe that they will back with a live account, or they'll copy your trades. Because, if you've got a guy making $10,000 a month and they're making $1,000, that's more than they're going to make off a guy, failing evaluations. That's more you're going to make off a guy probably failing, 4 guys failing evaluations in a month. And obviously, if you can earn 10 grand, you can earn 20 and so on. It just scales up. So I think, I've often asked myself the question, do they really back people with money? Do they really want consistent traders that they can make money from? Or is that just a byproduct of people failing where they make their real money from? But I think I'm starting to move on to the side that they do make money from people, who do well. Let's have a look. Triple bottom, seeing that's a mirror image. Yeah. Makes me a bit nervous here, though. It's also a little bit sideways, so we may be coming back in here, or we may be moving further down. Try to trade my own style, but I love to see what others do. Yeah, it's always interesting to see what others do, isn't it? I'll have a browse just out of interest. Now and again, I've watched is it Shalom Winter? I've watched him trade just out of curiosity of what he makes of all them blibs and blobs all over the screen. Kirk, I'm slowly turning myself into a stone cold, bloodthirsty, throat ripping predatory of a kind of rate maker. 3 or 4 years and now I'll be merging this. Yeah, good on you, mate. Good on you. You got to be ruthless in this business, haven't you? Take no prisoners. It's a subscription business in a huge illegal Ponzi. Yeah, they obviously make it. It'd be interesting to know how many people do fail these. It'd be nice for them to print out how many people do fail or how many failures they've had. I did wonder that there is a sort of a triple test building up. The trouble is, it's not far to go because it's also a bit sideways. I'm thinking it's coming down, but so we've had this bit of a push down here and a little bit of sideways. Oh yeah, there we go. Coming down to yesterday's low. Touch lower, I think. Yeah. May come down here. So I'm, as I said earlier, I'm thinking down. If I look at the daily now, it's convincing me that I'm right. We've had that big push down, couple of days trying to get back up. Fails, tries again, fails, and it looks like now we're going to push down. So I'm thinking downwards over the next day or 2 or 3. Whether we'll get that big push down now or not, I don't know. But if we can get back up here, let's have a look. I'm certainly thinking down now. It seems to be giving us that impression, doesn't it? Finally made $1,000 in all 10 Apex accounts. Daily grands. Thanks for the push there. Are you in all Apex? The PA accounts, I'm assuming, yeah? Because that's nice, isn't it? That's $10,000, that is. That's I kind of sort of get the idea that if you're successful and you can make some money, that's when I would go on to maybe multiple accounts. But I certainly wouldn't do multiple accounts while I was learning because I've blown that many accounts, as you know. And, if I was blowing 5 at a time, it becomes a lot more expensive. So my theory is, I'd rather blow 1 at a time. And then when I get to the stage where I'm moved to that next level, I'm starting to become consistent, then I'll pick up a few more. And I may pick up a 2 or 3 over the next couple of months. But I haven't got a trade copy yet. And I do hear a few rumours about trade copies. Sometimes people get into a little bit of trouble with them, and it makes me a bit nervous because I don't want to spend all this time building an account up and something goes wrong. But I'll have to do a little bit of research and that, look into it. 1,050. Oh, I see. I got Jeff for a PA account. Good on you. Just confirm the spike in channel, in my opinion. Okay, let's get a channel going there, which is probably going to be from there, isn't it? Okay. That looks good to me. Brant, you happy with that? Looks alright, that does, doesn't it? Yeah, spot on that. Right, okay, so it does seem now we are breaking out of this range. And I am thinking low. And I'm getting my 20 P8s on Lilu tomorrow. Never tried Lilu, that's the one I haven't tried. And Bullinox as well. I got a lot of people raving about Bullinox. But I've not looked into them really. Ever since I don't know, I think it was Marlon who taught me into Apex, and I got to say I'm glad I stuck to them because obviously what they're just, the rules and the flexibility you've got nowadays, it's pretty hard to get caught out. There's no rule really which would, step you up, take you out of the game really. They close, if you happen to leave a trade out, come market close, and they kick it out for you, so you don't have to worry about that. The only way you can blow an account really is to hit your limits. So that's the thing I like about Apex. Right, just bear with me for 5 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break, make a cup of tea, clear my throat a bit, and I'll be back. Okay, he's back. Cup of tea now. Okay, so we've had this push down, which we was expecting. So let's see if we can adjust this. Is that? No. I think we just say it's pushed out the bottom there, isn't it? Okay, so that was yesterday's lows. Yeah, if you look at the daily, it does seem now we're having this second push down, then we had this first push down. Try to go once, try to go twice, failed. So that's a failure in itself, isn't it? It's broke below here, so I am expecting that to come down. So look, yeah, we're dropping at the bottom of here. Where are we? Bottom left of that is... Yep. They drink water beer. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you do want an evaluation, yeah, down here. It doesn't cost you anything more. I'll get a kickback from it, but you don't have to use that if you don't want. As long as you get one, that's the main thing. But that's the code if you want to use it. It doesn't cost you anything more. But yeah, if you're in the market one, now's the time. Let's have a look. Okay, so I'm just thinking if there's a bigger trend here. I don't think there is at the moment, is there? I think it's lightly. Let's get rid of that a minute. I think that we can get rid of a minute. Maybe something like that. See if it comes down here. See, it's touch to the bottom, touch to the bottom, touch to the bottom. It's quite steep, actually. Get rid of that now. That makes it a bit clearer, doesn't it? That's better. Yeah. Do you know, just incidentally about this, any of you guys can go onto the Apex site and be an affiliate. You just sign up for it. At least then, if you've got any other trader mates, you use each other's codes and you'll save yourself, you know, one mate does it from you, he'll get I think you get 10 or 15%, I think. So if you get one each, you can, you swap, he takes yours, you take his, you get a small kickback of it. Looks like I'll just be a push down range here. Yeah, that's why I have my channel. Yeah, I think that looks all right. That I like the way we touched there. I think possibly, obviously because it's so steep, we're only coming up to the EMA, aren't we? But we certainly could come back up to it. So I think that's as good as. I like that. Looks good to me. Touching nice there. Touching, yeah, those three places it's touching beautifully. So if we can get up here and get something half decent, I'm thinking of a good push down. So we may get an opportunity. Now we've got this nice downtrend. See if second entry short there, but crap bar really, although it went down. Same again, that's sort of a lower high, but it needs to be at least parallel with that one really to take that one, but that would have worked. New low, second entry short, but a doji, although it worked. So that's the thing, sometimes in these strong downtrends, every time it gets back to the EMA, it just goes down and down again. But obviously, it's nice thinking that, next time it goes up, I'll just take it short. But sod's law, it'll be the time that it it goes up. So you just got to stick to them. My advice is just follow the rules and wait for a good trade, and the rest will just fall into place. Excuse me a sec. Excuse me. Midline. See, it may not even get up here now. I'm hoping we get a second entry. big tech is falling. APL below 130. See, I heard rumours that Russia had given the Ukraine an ultimatum about they take a certain amount of the land and they will maybe talk about some sort of a ceasefire. So I was expecting that to be reflected in the markets, but whether he will, I certainly don't think he should. You can't let a bully come in and take your stuff and then let him have it, can you? But I got to say, I think Putin's got a real nerve. In fact, if anyone's interested, I started watching that program last night with David Tennant about Litvinenko, the guy in the UK, the Russian guy that was poisoned in the UK around 2006, I think it was, with some real highly toxic sort of chemical. I think it was. I know it was all over the news at the time, and there was a massive health scare, and he obviously died. And I watched the first part of it last night. So if you want to watch something good, that's a real good watch. I know it's on Sky. I don't know if you guys. I think it's called ITV Plus. I know you guys can get access to that in the US, but great watch that is. I just watched the first part last night. Yeah, about Alexander Litvinenko. Yeah, we've not even got back here. Look, it's pushing down. It's that strong. Bugger off. So look. Okay. Don't really think it matters. We need these so much to be on a downtrend anyway. Polonium, that was it. You watch it as well, did you? No, it's a really good watch, actually. I watched the first part. When you get into something, you think, oh, yeah. And I thought, I don't want to watch the second part. While I'm half asleep, I'll wait till tonight. It's a real good watch, that is. Going to get political lights. Says in America, we started the nonsense by convincing Ukraine to start fighting. Enemy, then neighbours of Russia. Trouble is, when you get a guy like Putin coming into your country, I know they say they have ties to the Ukraine and all this. I don't know. I don't know much about it, but from my understanding was that Putin didn't want NATO right on his doorstep because the Ukraine had applied to be part of NATO, and he didn't want them on his doorstep. Because obviously, if the Ukraine had been part of NATO, then we'd have had to go in and protect them or defend them or stick up for them or whatever. The trouble is, Putin's a dangerous guy, isn't he? He needs to come out of this with some sort of success, I think, in his eyes. Otherwise, I don't think he'll back down. And sometimes when you're corner a rat in a corner, that's where it's the most dangerous. So. Which is strange, really. It's usually the very religious, fanatical nuts that concern me. If you're not worried for your life, they're the people that concern me. But I don't think Putin really is religious, is he? Measured move down. You've gone from here, have you? So look at that. Yeah, the only where I can see really a measured move down is probably from here, or is that the back? There's the first, there's the second. This is where I can see a measured move from. Excuse me a minute. Excuse me. Yeah. So we've broken through that, haven't we? We've clearly broken through yesterday's low. Let's get a little bit closer. They promised Russia not to expand NATO. Yeah, instead we added like 10 countries along the border. Yeah, I think he feels like he's a bit surrounded, doesn't he? He's old school Putin though, isn't he? Ex-KGB. In fact, I remember seeing a photo years ago of him. I think it was Ronald Reagan getting off a plane in Russia, and Putin was there pretending to be paparazzi, taking photos, dressed up like a photographer. Well, he was KGB obviously at the time, but yeah, it was a weird old photo, that. I just wish people could get on. It's always amazed me how little the value of life is in some parts of the world. It just amazes me. You know, we're all on this big planet, aren't we? We've all got to be here. It amazes me that the cheapness of life in some places. Yeah, it's incredibly sad, really, isn't it? It does make you sort of lucky. I moan about being in the UK sometimes, but I think I'm incredibly lucky for what I've got and where I am. Got a roof over my head. I don't have to worry about bombs, missiles, and bullets flying past my house. Yeah, sometimes you've got to look how lucky you are, haven't you? Yeah, that's the trouble, isn't it? A lot of it boils down to money, doesn't it? Gas, oil. It's weird, isn't it? I mean, you look at NATO. Even let's talk about the UK. Went into the Middle East. What's in the Middle East? Oil. Look at some of the atrocities that have been going on in Africa for years. They haven't been into Africa. There's nothing there, is there? That's the trouble. You go into the Middle East, oil, money. It's all about the almighty buck at the end of the day, isn't it? It's all about money. I don't think you know half of what the government gets up to nowadays. I mean, I know all we hear about the UK government, but you just don't know what goes on in the background that you never know about. I suppose the one good thing about the press is it's hard to cover things nowadays, so that's one thing. But some of these countries that are that corrupt, shocking, isn't it? Are we going to get back up here? I don't think we are we? Yeah, you're right, mate. Life cheapness is the norm, not the exception. It's a sad world, isn't it? It really is. It's not even getting up here now, is it? Trouble is, it's just too risky taking these as down as they went. You just sod the law the day you decide to take one of them. Triggers you, goes up to the EMA, stops you out, and then ends up going to the same place you expected it to. My dad used to skydive competitively. They did competitions in Russia back in the day. He said whenever the KGB was around, the guys would be freaking out. I did a bit of skydiving in my younger years. I wouldn't have the nerve to do it now. I did a tandem at about 6 static lines back in my early 20s. I did have a go at that a couple of years ago, in the wind tunnel. That was a bit of fun. I don't know, I think I'd have the nerve to throw myself out of a plane nowadays. Looks like we're getting a strong push down, doesn't it? That's very strong, that is. Unfortunately, it's probably going to be one of those strong days that is never going to come back to the email. You're never going to get a chance. In fact, the top of this channel might even change to here at some point. Depends how steep it comes down. Probably sometimes the steeper it comes down, then it'll come back to the EMA and then go to the other side of the channel. So sometimes then you can get caught out here. It almost seems like we're having that second leg down, doesn't it? From yesterday, was it? Let's have that. we never had the second leg down I was expecting, so I would say let's just leave that one on for the fun of it. I'd say there's a good chance that's where that second leg is. Second leg, first leg, pull back, correction. Second leg, I'd say this is our target. Be interested to see if it does hit there. That was some push down, that wasn't it? I was expecting some sideways here before that. I didn't see that coming. Yeah, that's my target. Just hope we can get in. Chances are by the time we get in, it'll be down here. Competitive skydiving seems to be anyone that doesn't hit the ground wins. Crazy now, isn't it? They do that swooping, don't they? Where they have a lot smaller parachutes, they come a lot quicker and swoop across the ground. Trouble is, it's always been the same. The most dangerous part is the landing. People think it's the parachute opening and you're getting killed that way, but it's not. It's always the landing that's the problem. But it still is a very, very safe sport. The fatality rates, I think it's something like 1 in 300,000, something like that. But there's usually a good reason for that. They're either doing some sort of dangerous manoeuvre. But my stepdad was in the parachute team in the British Army for a couple of years, and we used to go around to some of the shows that they used to do. And occasionally, if I was lucky, I got to turn the T into a cross and pop the smoke grenade. Your stepmum was in the 400 way we were working to. Guy tried to get fancy and then landed, come across the train tracks for train. Bloody hell. I remember seeing there's a show in Shrewsbury where I live called the Flower Show. Comes every year. It's almost like the Chelsea Flower Show. You've probably heard of that one. And my dad was doing a skydive into the. It wasn't him who did it. He was commentating on a skydive, and I think they come to land in the quarry area, which is a big sort of green area where they run this show, and it turned out really windy. And I think one guy landed on a marquee, another guy it's an ambulance. Another guy wiped out a cake stand. So yeah, it's always the landings the tricky bit. I remember a couple of friends of my dad was in the. Do you remember the rings, the Olympic rings, the 5 or 6 Olympic rings? Ooh, going back maybe 15, 20 years ago, maybe a bit more than that now. He was involved in that. Was something I wanted to get back into a few years ago, which is why I did some of the wind tunnel stuff, but it's just not happened. Let's see if we get back to it here. Okay, so this is a possible area for a second entry along short. Got to be a bit wary that it doesn't decide to push straight through the EMA and come up to the top of this channel. So I'm going to be wary about taking a short right here, especially when we've had this little channel. I dare say with the power of it, it's probably going to drop straight down. If it stays around 7 ticks, I may take it, but I kind of hope it doesn't. In fact, I'm not going to take that because we're in that short-term turn channel, so let's draw this. I want to get out of it first before I consider going lower. Last thing I want to do now is do something stupid, so okay, so let's zoom in a bit. Okay, let's get an order ready. Okay, so we've hit this bottom quite a few times now, so I want a break and a new high. And then maybe a second entry short or a possible lower high. But what I don't want to do is I've got to protect that. See, there is a possibility we could come up. We may come up to here, and we may come up to the top of the trend channel. I think we're certainly due to have a bit of a pullback. We've had these small ones, haven't we? But then obviously selling pressure, so it looks like we're getting a break here. But for me, that needs to engulf that before I'll consider going short. It's probably going to come curving down, but you've just got to be... I just got to follow the rules. It's the only way it's working for me. Okay, that is pretty convincing, isn't it? I don't like the way it hasn't. Yeah, I'm going to leave this one. It does look very bearish, doesn't it? But it's not level with that all ticked above it. So I'm just a bit nervous about this. I wouldn't be shocked if it triggers and moves above it. Probably won't with the power of the market, but probably just come careering down. But I just want to be a little bit careful. See if we get a lower high, then I'll take that. Yeah, it's not. It's a lovely looking bar, but it's just not where it should be for me. I think just by the strength of the market coming down, I think it's likely going to come down. But as I say, I wouldn't be shocked. I've been caught out in these so many times, and they tick above, and then what happens? They come careering down. And I think it'd be dangerous to take a long there. I'm not saying it's not going to come up here and have a second leg, but I tend to not counter trend trade, and you can clearly see that's a trend down, so I don't want to... look at that, it's going to tick above there without a doubt. And it is an engulfing bar, that, so I dare say there's going to be people going along there, but I think it's dangerous myself. But that's just my personal opinion. You got to make your own judgment, Sam. But see what I mean? If you'd have taken that one and it triggered you and you just lost, and that would have been 3 1/4, tick above, tick below, 3 3/4. Yeah, you'd have been a quarter off, 4-point loss there. So yeah, whenever something doesn't feel right, and that didn't. If that had pushed down, if that had come the same height as that and pushed down, and there would have been a wick followed by the body, then I may have gone short there. But I might try with you guys. Yeah, Art. See you tomorrow, buddy. So it's not the fall that kills you, it's the sudden stuff. Yeah, it's crafty, isn't it? It's the ground coming towards you at 120 miles an hour. I see that guy, I forget his name now, he did that one without a parachute, didn't he? Landed in the big net. I think he was the same guy that did the, was it 150,000 feet jump from the edge of space? That guy's got some balls, I'll tell you that. Been fooled too many times with them bearish bars. Yeah, that's just rings alarm bells to me, that does. I'd say it's pretty much going to come down in a minute like we think it's going to, but just the way that it doesn't tick above there, and it's a full bar. Yeah, it rings alarm bells. See how it's triggered it? A couple of 3 ticks. Gone up a tick above it, and now I'd say it's probably coming down. What would, if you'd have got out of that, you wouldn't even have a chance to get out of that, would you? Yeah. Yeah, you'd have been lucky to get half a point out of that. Looks like it's correcting. Absolutely. I mean, we may get up to here, we may get up to the top. May have sort of a couple of legs up. My first tube video, not far off. I think this is my 16th, 17th. I've never done anything like this before on YouTube. I think this is day 10 plus 8, but it's about my 18th, I think, over the last three and a half weeks, something like that. SW Blaze Morning from Chicago. So I take it in Chicago, it's a bit choppy there, is it? A bit on the cool side. But yeah, sorry, daily grands. I only do trade live. Purely and simply because I was struggling like most people with the psychological side, and I think the thought was, let's have a look here, I might like this. The thought was, if I got people watching me, I'm less likely to do something stupid. Okay, let's have a look at that. I kind of like that and I kind of don't. See how it ends. It's a bit sideways. Now, if it ends bearish, I think it may come down, but it's not something I want to get into at the moment because it's... As soon as it goes sideways, I avoid it because for me, it's 50-50 whether you win or not. Maybe with a slight edge, to, 60, maybe 60% no, but it just makes me wary. It's going sideways there. I wouldn't be shocked if it. But we have had a break. Tried to go wide, tried to go twice. So technically, you could say that's a failure, couldn't you? Maybe it's okay. But it is a bit sideways. I think it's likely that's coming down. Yeah, but I'm just going to sit tight a minute. We've had a break. It is a failure, but it is sideways. Like I've said a dozen times, they make me nervous. You just never know. You can go short here. If you went short, triggered, stopped out. Went short here, triggered, possibly stopped out. So it's just risky, I think. So you've got to let it sort itself out. I think the chances it's going to come down, but when it goes like that, I just got to sit tight. Yeah, and the EMA's flat as well. That's another indicator. Let's just get rid of that a minute. Triple top. Yeah, it is a triple top. And you can call it a failure. It's just a fact that I think it's likely going to come down here, but it's just a fact that it's going sideways. Just makes me nervous. I've been caught out with them before. Absolutely, Mike. That feeling's there for a reason, isn't it? And I think you've got to listen to your instinct. The trouble is, if I've got doubts and then I take a trade and it goes wrong, that's where I used to get in trouble. That's where I used to suffer with the psychological side because I knew in the back of my head I should have left it. And sometimes it's that just over eager to make money. And you just think, I'll have a go, and then it goes wrong. And it's those ones. If I took a genuine trade and lost it, I was okay at dealing with those. But it was the ones that I had that little voice in my head going, "It's a bit risky, leave it." And then what did I do? Stupidly, I'd take it and I'd lose, and that's which would send me on tilt. So look, you're in that short there. I'd say it's probably going to come down, but I don't think my nerves could take that, especially when I thought it was a bit iffy. It's easy. I think it's likely it's going to come down, but when it might go up a little bit more first. So they just make me a bit nervous. This is grabbing liquidity to get enough strength to push beyond 380. Push beyond 3800. Push beyond 3800. You push below. Mike, good trade screamer. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the good trades, you can't get your order in quick enough, can you? And you know when they come along, don't you? And I'll tell you something, they just don't seem to fail, Mike, do they? I do love it when they just jump out. Yeah, you get like this 2 clear legs up, nice and I mean, that it was a bit iffy, that one, but if that was push, the body was right here and it pushed right down low, that's a screamer to me, that one. Beautiful second entry. Couldn't finish any better. They just do not fail them, and look at it. You know, I think it was an okay trade. It was a bit of a doji, but, you know, if that was, I think just the fact that the market's coming down, but they just, look at that, like how far that went if it was a good trade. But yeah, they just jump at you, don't they? You just know them, don't you? You just get that, it's almost like Christmas morning, isn't it? You get that little excited feeling, you just can't get your trading quick enough. Exactly what I'm doing, Brant. If I take a trade, it's going to be a very, very obvious one. I always, if I take whatever I do really, if I take a loss, I try and make sure I don't get another one. If I take a win, I try and make sure I protect it. And whenever I've stayed out of these, I would say 7 times out of 10, I was glad. Because I think there's a good chance that is going to tick above here, or maybe the next 1 or 2, maybe. So if I was in that now, I'd be thinking, you idiot, what have I done? We take those, why don't we? I know. You know, Mike, sometimes it seems that easy, yeah. I mean, I thought there was a fair chance that... do I take that one, or is that a bit risky? I think that might be okay. Let's have a look. I think that's probably an okay trade, actually. I think that's likely going to come down. But, here's the but. It is a little bit of a range, and you could call that a failed breakout. So I think until it gets out properly, I think it's another risky one. I think from what we've seen somewhere so far, I think it's likely we're coming down, but I just think it's a little bit riskier. Europe 8 points, waiting for the first perfect setup, just learned by osmosis. Yeah, I think we're coming down here. Yeah, do you know, Mike, trading seems simple really, doesn't it? Just wait for a good setup. But it's just that, I don't know, it's that lack of patience, and, you know, we all know when we've been trading a while how much money you can potentially make, and that sometimes clouds your judgment, and you just want to get into every trade, and you're itching to click the button, aren't you? And I think that's just where it goes wrong. So I think the way you deal with that is just time. I think this likely we're coming down here now, but I thought that was quite a big old bar, and, you know, some may say that's a failed breakout and it might come back in. I don't think it's going to come back up enough to top these highs, but for me it's not a great trade, because it is still sideways and the EMA is a bit flat, although it is starting to, you know, but they are trying to push it up. Buyers are trying to push that up. Daily grams, 3,800. That would be nice, isn't it? Yeah, I was tempted with that one. Trouble is, what is it? No, that's not as big as I thought. 3.5, 3 3/4. So it's 4 1/4 with a tick above, tick below. Trouble is, I wouldn't put my stop there; it'd be up here. But I took one of those the other day, back about 3 days ago, and it stopped me out. So I just get a bit wary when they're still in that range area, or although they are pointing down, I am expecting them to go down. It's just not an obvious enough place for me to go short. I'm guessing this is probably a pullback. I think we are going down. If I'm looking now on the daily, big strong push down. We'll try to go once, try to go twice. You can say that's a failure. It's a trick below, and it's bearish as it comes at the moment. So I think we're going to have maybe a good second leg down here. So I think we're looking bearish today and tomorrow. The only itching I got is the price was sitting there waiting. If the itch, mate, give them a scratch. That's what I say. Yeah, it is hard to control yourself. Sometimes you feel like a kid in a sweet shop, don't you? And you're just itching to get in there and do something. I know the feeling. Hoping for a failed second entry. Got a feeling with the strength of this, it's not even going to get back up here. And the trouble is, the way it's holding here, I wouldn't be convinced it wasn't going to open that range up a little bit, which means it may come back in. I think it's quite likely going to move down, but I wouldn't be shocked if it did that, if it came back up a little bit. You took it and chickened out of it with 2 points, suppose. That one there, was it? You did? Well, that one, yeah. I mean, it's a second entry. Well, if you don't count that bit. But it's just the way it goes sideways, it's just iffy. Trouble is, another couple of ticks and you'd have been out of it, wouldn't you? See what happens here. May go a bit sideways because it has had quite a steep push down so far. How far have we come down? Let's have a wee look. Okay, not that much. 49 points. I thought we'd come down a bit more than that. Yeah, I think it's dodgy going long there, if anyone's thinking that, if you mentioned that. Jared, did you say long? Is that what you meant? Yeah, it may work, you may get a scalp, but obviously it's counter-trend trading and the way this market's moving down. I'd say anything bar a short is risky. And if Matt catches you, you'll be in trouble. There's a push down. I'm guessing we're going to have another. Let's put that there or there. Let's put it there for now. We've got below here. I'd say there's a good chance we're going to get down below here, see? Or it might act as a bit of a range for a while, and I don't think it will. So you only trade the... No, it's that one. So it's closed here. I thought there was a chance it may do. It may come back up here, or it may range for a bit. Let's get... Sorry. Sorry about that down the mic. I just get a coughing spasm every now and again. I'm usually a bit quicker to the button. Sorry about that. I've just deafened you. You only trade the US Open. Dip back in 11 a.m. XSO. You only trade US Open. I dip back in 11. Yeah, usually. I used to trade, I used to trade from about 8 o'clock in the morning UK time and trade all blooming day for hours and hours, but trouble is bars are a bit higher, volumes just low, and so all I do now, I usually get here about 10 past 2, or well, 9 it is, and Eastern Standard Time, and trade from, typically around about 1:15, and then somewhere... Mike, good trading. See you tomorrow. See you, Mike. Thanks, mate. What was I saying? Yeah, I tend to trade from market open. Just before market opens, I like to get in, mark my chart up, work out where I think it's going to go, and then trade for anywhere from about 2 to 4 hours, I suppose. Typically, it seems to be around about 3 hours on average. 3 and a bit hours, maybe. That's not a bad day's work, is it? If you can work 3 and 3.5 hours a day. Come on. I'd love to work 3.5 hours a day. You know, I worked, when was it, last Friday? I can't remember. The last day I worked before I broke up for Christmas, I did a 15-hour shift. So theoretically, I could trade for 5 days and only do 15 hours. Oh, excuse me a sec. I've got to have a sneeze. What's going to happen here then? Are we going to move down some more? I think it's a good chance. Excuse me, I apologise for all this sniffing and coughing. If I wasn't sniffing, I'd be wiping my nose every 5 minutes and I wouldn't be able to speak. Confirmation set up at lower high. Well, we've had this new high, haven't we? You could call that a failure, actually. We've had these three all hit the same high, so you can, I believe you can cancel them, but you can recount them. So if you recount that as your new high, try to go once, try to go twice, that would be a failure, but I think that's a bit risky myself. So that was your lower high, which would have worked. I don't think it's going to come back up here above these at the moment. I think the downward pressure is just too much. I think we had to have a little bit of a correction. Same again, a bit risky that. It's an inside bar, so it may go like that, up, and then come down bearish. So it may be a possible second entry short. It's just not the fact that it's an inside bar. It's not, the body's not close enough. It needs to be above there for me to go short there. Although I think we're going down. You know, if you went short there, your arse would be twitching now. Yeah, there you go. That's why you just can't trade them inside bars too far away. So what I'm hoping now is we get another bar form up here. It pushes up a bit, comes down, finishes nice and bearish below the EMA. Then I'm good to go short then, I think. But I don't know, the market might have other ideas. It might want to come back up. I'm hoping that that bar breaks below, keeps below there and quite tight to it. Around about there would be perfect for me, that would. Then another bar will open here. Hopefully it'll push up a bit more and then come down. Up a little bit, go on. Okay, let's see what we can do here now. I'm hoping this pushes above here and then comes down and gives us a second entry short, but you go in long. Ooh, I think that's risky. Try to trend. You know about here, are you? So this looks like it could be possibly 2 legs up. At the moment, if we can get above this wick here, the top of this wick, and then finish bearish, I just couldn't go bearish there at the moment. It's still a little bit sideways for me, that. Yeah, I drew a much tighter channel after the spike. I'm still thinking bearish until something shows me otherwise. It's bearish all the way for me at the moment. Oh, hello, mate. Didn't see you there. Double top, breakout, pull back, second entry short. What about there, are you? That would have worked, and that would have done. Just a bit sideways for me. Scalped out of it. Good on you. Probably going to tank now, look. Trouble is, it's an inside bar again. If you took that inside bar, triggered, you got stopped out. Took that inside bar, triggered, you may have got a 1.5. But I wouldn't be shocked if it comes up here again and takes that out. Hopefully, gravity will be on your side. How you doing, Osam? Have a good Christmas, mate? Nice warm Christmas, I'm guessing, where you are. Okay, this might be it now. Yeah, Nicholas. Congested, it is a bit. With a downward bias, but we've got to wait for the right setup, haven't we? Otherwise you get caught up like that. Yeah, we're still clearly in a downtrend, aren't we? No arguments there. The only reason, if you didn't see that I put this on, because I was expecting another big push down yesterday, and we didn't get it. We sort of had some sideways with a downward bias, so I'm thinking this might be that next leg down, which is when I just put that just out of interest. And there's no arguments, we're bearish. Christmas credit, how was yours? Pretty sure you had a blast. Oh yeah, absolutely. Trouble is with Christmas, it's all money, 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 isn't it? And it's like a big anticlimax. All of a sudden you wake up Boxing Day broke. It's all over and done with. But yeah, it wasn't too bad. Nice family meal. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. It was all right. Nice to see my daughter opening the presents. She's happy enough, although she's on a bit of a downer today. Usually happens, doesn't it, when you're kids? It's a big anticlimax Christmas, isn't it? You know, it's all go, 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 isn't it? It's like sort of being in the World Cup, isn't it? You get in the World Cup final and all of a sudden it's over and you've lost and you know. It's a bit of an anticlimax. Nicholas, let's draw the bigger trend channel tighter. I take it you're on about not from here, yeah? I think the only way I can draw it, you mean like this. See, it touches here, doesn't it? And the reason it's not got back here, so I don't know how else I can do it without not incorporating these. Yeah, I don't know, mate. That to me looks all right at the moment. Reason being, I know we're not. So we started up the top here. Yeah, we touched here nicely, but then we've been bearish. That's why we haven't come back out. But it's a good indicator at the bottoms where it's touching nice at the bottoms. Obviously, we're in a downtrend, so it's going to be more proactive touching the bottoms of this range because of the sheer power of short in it. I dare say there's probably smaller shorter term trend, but we're sort of out of that now, aren't we? So what's going on here? See if we can get a setup here. Okay, so you could cancel out that high with this one. So let's say that's your first high then. So try and go once. See what else happens. You can count it. You can go high, new high. But no, it isn't a new high, is it, from that? But that one resets that one, so you could count that as a new high. One leg down, two leg down. So let's see what happens here. It might not even get here, to be honest with you. Try channel from 1541, 1628. 1541, 1628. 1541. 1541. It's about there, say all there. About to where? 1628. About there, are you? Yeah, it's any place it can fit, really. Yeah, it does, but it sort of fits in with the whole thing as well. Yeah, I mean, you could sort of say there's a trend channel there, the two legs in a new break, trend channel there, do you know what I mean? But still overall within this whole thing, you know, I mean, there's a trend channel there, there's one there, there's one there, you know, there's one here, so you could keep drawing, couldn't you? I mean, this is basically the bottom of here anyway, isn't it? Let's just get a bit. Let's just remove it a minute. As long as I'm drawing what I'm in currently, I know we're going down anyway. So there's two places I want to take a short here, and if not here. So I draw after it broke out the lows of the overnight. Yeah. Here then, yeah. Here? Is that what you mean? Trouble is, it's that strong with down pressure now, it's not getting back here, is it? And unless it does, you just can't trade that, can you? Yeah, see, if I look on the daily, that's screaming to me that it's coming down like a tank. Look at that. Big push down, followed by a couple of days, and then look, boom. And that to me is right on its arse, isn't it? And it's coming down. I'd say we're coming down another 50, 60 points or something, maybe over the next couple of days, maybe a bit more even. Pull down, broke out, try to go once, try to go twice, failed, triggered down. Now, from what I believe, Max says you can trade this on any chart, any time frame, whether it be daily, weekly, hourly, whatever. It works on anything, so he tells me. Short from 24, looking for 5 points. 24 here. Yeah, I'm assuming yours looks a bit better than mine, doesn't it? Because I think gravity's on your side anyway, just the sheer downward pressure. Yeah, a lot of the times when they're that strong, wherever you sort of get a pullback, it just keeps going. Trouble is, sometimes when you decide to take one, it just comes back, triggers you, comes back, stops you out, and then ends up going in the same direction you were thinking it was going to go anyway. Short 3, 831, target 820. Shorted that, I'm thinking, did you? 8320. Looks like you're going to get your points. We've had that pull back and a little bit of sideways, so I just think we're going to keep going down now. So I just hold that as long as you can. What you got out of that now? Assuming that's where you went short. Looks more than 6 points, doesn't it? Past the eval with this drop. Just bought 50. Okay, for fun. Yeah, I think we're just going to keep coming down. I just can't see no other way. That sometimes when you think it can't come down anymore, it just keeps on coming. But based on the daily, there's a lot more to come yet than I'm thinking. You know, in my opinion. And it seems wherever we get a pullback, it keeps going. Look at that. As much as I wouldn't take that, I do generally think it's going to just come straight down. But it's risky because it's so far away. But just with the selling pressure at the moment, it just keeps going. Every time we get a pullback, look, if you'd have taken any one of these two, it would have come down. If you'd have taken any one of these, it would have come down. You'd taken this, it would have come, you know. But the sod's law, the time you do take it, look, it triggers you, stops you out. You know what I mean? As tempting as that looks, and you're thinking, oh God, every time we get a pullback, but look, tricky. And I'll tell you something now, it'll likely push up there a bit more and then go in the same direction you thought it was going to. That's the frustrating thing about trading. You've just got to wait for a good setup. You can't be teased into taking trades like this because you're thinking we've had a pullback, massively bearish. Every time we've had, so look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. When it comes up here, we've had 1 pullback, 2 pullback, 3 pullback, 4 pullback, 5 pullback, 6 pullback. In the last 6 pullbacks, it's just carried on down. And sod's law, if you take that one, as bearish as it looks and it's finished right on its end, look what happens. It triggers you, comes straight back out, stops you out, and then it's going to go in the same direction. Douglas D, I think you're a new face, bud, aren't you? Welcome. Where are you from? We'd like to know where people are from. Douglas D. See if I fired that now. It was who shorted that? Was that who shorted that? Was that Daily Grands? Was it? If I had that, I'd be inclined to hold on to it. I would just bring it down to the next swing highs. Georgia, US. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. It was like our friends from over the pond, our allies. know a lot of American traders. They're all a nice bunch of people, friendly people. I've had lots of support on that from them on the Facebook groups over the last sort of 18 months. You're a friendly bunch, even though you can't play football and you call it soccer, which it isn't. Yeah, you just can't play soccer. I don't know why they call it soccer. Atif. Is that what you say, Atif? Atif Chowdhury, yeah, from Toronto. Atif Chowdhury. So is that an Indian name? The only reason I ask, I'm a big cricket fan. And I'm yet to meet an Indian who doesn't love cricket. So Chowdhury sounds like a good Indian name to me. So if you are from India, I'm going to give you a bit of grief. What's going on here? Yes, India. Love the Indian people. Great people. Crackers, mad crackers on cricket. I love that. Yeah, you're right. We've had some nice trends lately, haven't we? Sometimes you just get sick of rainy days. Sometimes you get rain days and they just bounce all over the place. Every time they go up, they finish different. But we've had some quite nice downtrends, haven't we? And it's much nicer, in my opinion, and easier to trade, trends. That's if, yeah, hello. How are you doing? So let's see what happens if you'd have got suckered into that long there. Atif and Groll Daddy, both around that area. Well, you never know, you might be next door neighbours. Wouldn't that be weird? Well, if you live near someone that trades, that can be really useful. Because, sometimes when people are struggling, it's nice to get together. If you can trade together or, close by it, it's useful, I think. I know that there's two Scottish guys that come on here, Keith and Fife. They're friends, they are. They both got into this together, so it's quite useful if you've got a friend or someone close by that you can trade with. Excuse me a sec. Sorry about that. Douglas Daily now is building at 12:15. Would like to see these sellers eat through them. I think they're going to. Yeah, I dare say they're all in 1 or 2. Might have had a go there. SW Blaze, no, there isn't really. There's nothing in the way, is there? And this is that, I think this is a second leg down from yesterday. Then we had an initial push down and we didn't make it in the end. Jamie, just checking in. Another winning day. Good job. Thank you, Jamie. My stepson's name, Jamie. Good solid name. Techno King. Ladies and gents, enjoy your day, evening, night. Yeah, you too, pal. Enough for the day, I don't blame you, mate. Take your millions, go and count them. Have a great evening, mate. We'll catch up with you tomorrow if you're around. I'll be here tomorrow, but I'm working Friday, so hopefully in the next couple of weeks I'll be going down to trading Monday to Friday and working weekends, so fingers crossed. I'd much prefer to be doing this a day for 3 hours. Yeah, see you tomorrow, bud. That's if I finish my trade in the SNMQ by 10:30am. I reach my goal. Excellent. Now feeling bad for leaving so much on the table. It's always a way in it. Sometimes you'll sit there and you'll just carry on going sideways or no setups, and the one time you walk away and you look back, the following day or later that evening, you missed a bunch. I don't know. Look, the way I see it, if you've made yourself a nice bit of money, get yourself off. And you're way too looking forward to this 5 times a week. I think so. My plan was to hit $7,000 and then take 2. So I'm $1,200 off that target now, and I've got tomorrow to trade, and about the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So there's 4 more days to hit another $1,200. But I believe you put an order in for a withdrawal between the 1st and the 5th. I can put one in on the 5th, so hopefully I may hit my 12 then, but I believe it doesn't come out your account for a few days. So hopefully it'll be okay. I don't think it'll be a problem. But the beauty about being able to take a payment this early, it enables me then just to work my normal job Saturday, Sunday, so I can trade 5 days, because based on that I'm clearly earning more money trading than I am, more than double than I am on my normal job. So it makes sense to do this, because obviously that's my money, but obviously I'm limited to what I can take for the next 3 months. But that $2,000 match with my, I don't know, maybe £1,200, £1,300 for working weekends, that will give me a good income to be able to trade 5 days. So yeah, it's a bit not sure about that. Apparently I was told that it gets cleared after the 5th, so probably 6th or 7th, and withdrawn from your account shortly after, when really it shouldn't be withdrawn from your account until it gets paid, because with that money in your account, obviously it gives you the potential to just have that more of a cushion. So I don't know, so whether it comes out a day or 2 after, or a week after, I don't quite know yet. I'll have to I think it's going to be a wait and see for that one. But yeah, it doesn't go until the 15th, so what I'll probably do is for the next sort of couple of weeks is do my 3 to 4 days and trade. Maybe I'll probably work Friday, Saturday, Sunday in my normal job and trade 4 days and then go down. I'll have to see what the funds are like. But I certainly think within 2 weeks, I'm working this Friday and this Monday, and that will take us into the 2nd. And then I'm off for 3 days. So, yeah. How many P accounts with Apex? Just the one. I've never done more than 1 account because I've blown so many. If I times that by 5, that'd be horrendous. So I thought I'm only going to take 1 account till I can make it work, and then when I make it work and I can get some money, then I'll consider adding maybe another couple, 2 or 3 to it. Okay, so we've had this range down here now. We've had an overshoot of it. So I'm expecting it to come up to here, maybe go a little bit above here. It is possible it'll come up here. But obviously with the downward pressure, it just could keep going. So I'm looking for a second entry short here, but I'll only take 1 up here. But we have had a push, had a little leg up there. Maybe we'll get another one. It depends. It depends on the... let's have a look. Yeah, so maybe we will. But it is that strong selling pressure. It may not even get there. I got a withdrawal a couple of days after I asked for it. I got a withdrawal a couple of days after I asked for it on the 15th. Got it approved in deal, but it won't get in deal until the 31st. Yeah, because you can take it at 2 points now. 2 parts of the month. So you can withdraw it. You can put a withdrawal in for the 1st and the 5th, and it goes into your account supposedly on the 15th, which is right in the middle of the month. And then I believe you put it in maybe somewhere around the 15th, and then it would get in at the end of the month. So, but I think as I'm more likely going to be taking it on the 15th, I think I'd keep my next one the same between the 1st and the 5th. Obviously, that's I can get those three $2,000 payments out quicker, because obviously once I've got rid of those, if this account keeps building as quick as it is, the sooner I've got rid of those three initial payments, then I should be able to start earning a little bit better money. And the plan is to take a piece out, but still leave a little bit more in there in each month and build it up. So depending on, I mean, if you look at what I've earned now, this will be day 10. So that's what, 2 trading weeks, isn't it? So if you double that up, that's about $11,500 with 2 contracts. So even on 2 contracts, it just goes to show what you can earn. $11,500, quite a chunk of money for 2 contracts. So if I'm taking $2,000 out and earning that, that's probably going to leave about $9,500 in there. So by the time I get to the 3 months, I'm expecting to have maybe 20,000 plus. I don't know. It's all a bit pie in the eye. I'm trying not to think about the money too much, but obviously once I get up to $15,000, then I'll go up to 3 contracts, $20,000 for. Well, that's the plan anyway, but I'm just taking it one trade at a time and a day at a time, getting me trading right and letting the money sort of take care of itself. So look, I've got a withdrawal account, but yeah, sorted. Can you explain why you don't take out all the profits each month? Well, for the first 3 months, once you pass a PA account, you've got to trade for a minimum of 10 days, and you've got to have a balance of over. So if you've got a $50,000 account, it's got to be $50,600. It has to be over that before you're allowed a withdrawal. So if it's over that and a withdrawal, you're limited on a $50,000 account to take just $2,000 per month for the first 3 months. And then it's unlimited then, obviously, as long as you've got the funds in the account. But I think they do that just to stop people trying to hit home runs and trying to, maybe on a downtrend, they sell here and let it run all day on 10 contracts and get a bit lucky. So they sort of force you into trading for 3 months, because what I think they want, bear me a second. Sorry about that. My daughter's brought me up some nice cup of hot lemon and honey. Where was I? Explain why you don't take it out. Yeah. So you're limited to $2,000 per month for 3 months, and then it's unlimited. So they just want you to trade consistency. And if you can trade for 3 months and be consistent and take so much, then you can take whatever you want out then. Okay, what is the ATR box you have on the top? Is it separate indicator? This comes, I believe, as part of Max tools there, and it just stands for average true range. So what it does is it just measures during the day the average size of these bars. So the average size of each bar at the moment is just over 2.5 points, so 2.58 points. So it just gives you an idea of, where your average risk is. If I take a short here, I know the average it's going to be is 2.5 points, or just a little bit over. EST trader, yeah, good. So you got a payment, excellent. So that went into your deal account, and then you just withdrew that into your bank, I'm assuming. Did it come out a deal quick, or haven't you got it yet? Got a approved deal, but it won't get. It doesn't get until 31st. I got you. Is that right? I think. So look. Yeah, definitely a nice downtrend today. There's no argument there. Yeah, so this is a bit of an overshoot here, so we're coming down to that second leg, aren't we? Which was from yesterday, with that big strong push down. Based on what I was seeing on the daily, I expected some sideways and then another push down, but we didn't get that. But if you look what's happened there, we've literally ranged. Yeah, look at that, literally touch. We've literally ranged, so we've just had basically a second leg. So it's weird how it works out, isn't it? So first leg, second leg. See what happens when we get here. Get some sort of a bit of a pullback, maybe up to here or something. I don't know, but yeah, that's nice and clear, isn't it? Nice big strong downtrend, a little bit of pullback, and then ranged. Another big strong downtrend. That gives us our new 2 moves down, which is what I was expecting. So look, it's never ending, is it? This. What? Well spot. Thank you, mate. That was just like have a little glance at what it did yesterday, see if there's anything that's obvious. But that's, once you draw the lines, it's quite clear then, isn't it? I got a notification telling me my funds had been sent and approved. Just waiting for the deposit. The Apex site says I will receive on the 31st. That will be December, I'm assuming. Hard to wait. Yeah, no. It's your first one, isn't it? It's got to be exciting, isn't it? I can't wait for my first one. It just says I'm finally doing something right. It's got to be an exciting time. Make sure you buy yourself a nice bottle of champagne or something like that, or take your partner out for a nice meal. But I'd definitely have a little treat. Treat yourself somehow. I don't know, new Apple Watch or something. I've got my eye on that. The ultimate one, the titanium one. I'll have to see if my wife will let me buy it. That might have to come on my 4th payment, I think. But yeah, it's an exciting time, definitely. Okay, Borsacomt. Some of these names are odd. God said, you shall earn your bread by your sweat. Absolutely. So you're a new face, aren't you? Borsa, I get the Spock bit. Where are you from? Oh, I said that right. I don't know. Had my first beer in months. You gotta have a little drink in you sometime. Stan Ripper. When you pass your eval with Apex, what happens next? They will contact you. Usually it's the next day. Having said that, I'm in the UK, so it's usually, for me, a few hours after the market reopens again. So when the market closes, I think they gather their data. So the market closes for me in the UK at about 10 o'clock at night and reopens at 11. And I usually get an email about 3 or 4 or 5 o'clock the next morning. So it's always usually the next day. So just keep an eye out and make sure you check your spam folders as well. But they're really pretty quick. And then all you got to do is pay your fee, sign a contract. You need a few. I had to put my passport number in, but I'm from the UK. So pay your fee. It's done pretty quick. It takes about 10 minutes and then you're up and running. So it's really quick. I remember when I did it past one with you Profit, it took me about 48 hours. It was driving around the twist waiting. Once it's in deal, it took about 30 minutes to get to my bank account. That's what I'm talking about. Make sure it's during business hours. Yeah, I've actually got a Revolut account and I've just signed up to the Revolut Metal. Now the trouble is me being in the UK, obviously I get paid in dollars, so it's got to be converted to the pound. So if I do it from my bank, they'll charge me 3% and I'm not paying that. So if I have the Revolut Metal card, I get unlimited foreign exchange free of charge. So and it's gold and metal and it looks pretty cool as well. So yeah, it might go into my deal and then I'll just, because you can get it paid into a Revolut account with deal, so that's a good thing. Does deal take any of it? I don't, not that I know of. Daryl hasn't mentioned anything. Now, I think just with the fact that the money sat in deal, they sort of have maybe regular funds in there, so they have the benefits of having funds sat in there like your bank would. And your bank don't really take money, do they? So I don't believe they do, but I'm not sure about that one. I think if you get paid, say, $1,000, I believe that's what you should have. I've not heard Daryl mention that they take a piece of it, because if they do, he should have really informed you, really. So I don't quite know how that works. They may take a small fee with the transaction. I don't know, but I'm guessing we should have been told, unless it is a very, very small fee and it's negligible, but I don't know. Not sure about that one. You'll know quicker than I will, mate. You'll have to let me know on the 31st. Ring me up New Year's Eve and let me know. I'm assuming, actually, if you get yours New Year's Eve, it'll probably be the best New Year's Eve you've had for a while. Yeah, it's not even getting back up to the EMA now, is it? It's that strong. Well, what time are we? Let's give it about another half an hour, I think. I got nothing else. In fact, I'm just going to take a quick 2-minute bathroom break. Back in a sec. There you go. Okay. Well, I missed. Will do. Yeah, you'll have a good one. Yes, definitely. That'll be nice. What a way to celebrate New Year's Eve and New Year's Day with a nice payment. Yeah, good on you. You deserve it, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Kim, every time we get a first entry short, it also makes a new low. Yeah. Trouble is, sometimes when it is that strong, the selling pressure, it doesn't even get back up to the EMA, and that's our trigger point, really, isn't it? Getting a bit of sideways here, so maybe we may get up there. Look, what like always says on these days, one has to enter whenever there is a pullback. Yeah, he does say that, doesn't he? Some days he says, yeah, but you've got to be a skilled trader to do that. But it is riskier, isn't it? I think what he's basically saying is if you want to make anything, you may have to do that. And I suppose if you think about it, it happens more than not. So it'd probably be riskier, but if you took maybe 3 or 4 trades, I'd say you're probably going to win 75% of them, aren't you? And if you do manage to then get a push down, because it's so strong, you're going to get some points out of it. So, you know, if you look at this, and it's a bit congested there, but yeah, see, that's a pullback, isn't it? But the bar's not good, but let's have a look up here. Yeah, see, you may want to take that. It's come up, hasn't it? And it stopped and prices held it. The EMA is still facing down, finished on its arse, and it worked. The trouble is, it's not coming back, is it, really? I mean, if it came back to the EMA, you know, I wouldn't be too concerned that it's a second entry or a setup. If it looks good enough to go short, I'll do it without a setup. So let's see what happens here. We've had this sort of bit of an overshoot. And it is touching along the top here, so it's definitely an overshoot. So let's see if we get back up here. I'm going to get an order ready. We have sort of bottomed here, so I think it's fair to say we are going to get a little bit of a push up. In fact, I'm going to get rid of it just for a minute. I'm pulling this down, I don't want to forget it's there. Okay, so we've had an overshoot, and when you get an overshoot, you can expect it on the other side. Now, do I want to take a shorty if that goes bearish? Kind of hope it doesn't. Let's. I think I need to clear my cache because it's slowing down a bit. So I'll start market. Let's get one ready. Far away from the email. No good symbol. Yeah. Stand Ripper. We now can pick another option. Do one payment for PA accounts of a full. Yeah, I like the idea of that. It's just a damn shame it came out a week after I'd paid mine. But I don't mind. At least I've got the option if I want to take more. I mean, if I'm earning good money, 80, what is it, $8? It's not a lot really, is it? If you're earning, you know, as long as you're earning. But at least I've got the option to maybe do, what I'll probably do is in a couple of months is maybe have another couple of accounts. Maybe another 2 or 3, say. And obviously then I'll have the option to just make the one payment, so I'm only ever going to be paying one. So let's see what we got here then. So look at that. Okay, we may be doing a bit of this. Touch, body, touch, touch, touch. Okay, that's good enough, I think. Touch, body. Okay. Let's see what happens. So, that's a new high, isn't it? I think we may get an opportunity for lucky. Okay, I kind of like that it's gone back up here a little. Because now we've got a possible second entry short because that broke below there. So we just need to be a bit careful that it doesn't pop out there. But if it does, we can draw it back in. So it's got to be careful though, because if you get a bearish bar here, it may just pop out. So there's an opportunity if we're careful. So 1 push up, 2 push ups. In my opinion, that's where the second leg finishes. I'm kind of glad that happened because I want it to go a bit higher. And then I suppose I can always take it as a failed breakout. I could take it as a lower high, or if it pushes down below the EMA, I could take it as a failure, or some of the above. That is clearly 2 pushes up in my opinion. It's not quite as high as I'd like, and I think it may go higher. But I can clearly see 2 pushes up. Push up, a little bit of sideways. Doji right in the middle, and another push up. bit of congestion here. So I think it's likely we're coming down. And the top of this range, see, it's held it here. It's held it here almost to the nearest to the tick there, to the nearest tick here. So let's see if this ends up bearish. Even if it does, I think I'll possibly avoid it and wait for the lower high, just as confirmation. I've tried to pick tops before. Short and rejecting the 21, yeah. So let's see where that finishes. Are you on the NAS side, Jamie? Yeah, see, if this finish bearish, it's tempted to take a second entry short. But the trouble is, that's why I tend to not like taking, picking highs, because sometimes what it'll end up doing is this. It'll end up coming down here, bouncing off here, and then going up in a little trend out before it comes back down. So I always like to give it a chance to finish bearish and then come down below the EMA and give us a lower high. You've been scalping all morning. Having a good day too. Good on you, mate. But I am expecting a failed break out of this, but you got to play these a bit careful because they can go out a little bit. Yeah, touch it, touch it. It respected it twice here, lovely, didn't it? And all the bottoms. Doesn't look any better than that at the bottom, so I'd say the channel is drawn right. We had to, obviously we had some strong pushes down, so we had to correct a little bit. So I'm pretty sure this is coming down here. That's not to say it could come up. It could sort of, you know, come up to a new area or potentially up here. But I'd say with the downward pressure, I can't see it going far. Yeah, I was going to draw it, but I can sort of pretty much see how it is, can't I? Yeah, I think it's turned more into that. Yeah, that looks right to me. So hopefully now we've managed to get back to it, and above this we may be able to pick up some more points here, because I think it's safe to say the chance of it coming down is pretty good. And if we do get a nice short there, I think it's chance of us coming down to here or even below, I think is good. There's our break. Sure, from 2270. 2275. Around about here, are you? I think it'll push a bit above this. I don't know whether it'll make a new high with just the sheer pressure. I mean, you tend to think you get a channel and break, you make a new high. It might do, but my thought is it'll push higher than this one, but not make a new high, because I think the downward pressure is too strong. But so you could say that was a smaller trend channel. I drew it as a larger one because that one. So you could say that's a small trend channel, a little bit of sideways. So you could say that's already made a break at a new high. Yeah, I don't know whether it is or not. I mean, you could say it's something like that, couldn't you? A little bit of an overshoot out the other side. I think that's probably more like it. Although it doesn't look right, but it sort of is, isn't it? And it looks like we've come a bit sideways and made a break. So you could say there's your break and new high. And it fails. Looks like it's coming down, doesn't it? We're expecting it to come down, so that's definitely the new high, isn't it? So see what happens if we can push down here a few bars and have a little pullback and then finish below the EMA. Then I think that's a good place for a short then. So we may get lucky. Let's see what happens, see if we can get below this EMA. If this finishes bearish, that'll be good enough. And then if we can get through, hopefully it won't just come careering down. Three hours 20. Yeah, it's still worth sitting around, isn't it? Don't want to miss this opportunity. It's been a while since we've had a trade. So there's our first push down by the looks of things. Whether it's finished yet, I don't know. I'd like it really to finish around about here and then have a little pullback finishing below the EMA. That looks like a trend channel break, new high. Clearly in a good strong downtrend. We've had a little bit of a correction. And a failed breakout the channel, failed breakout this little area here, so I think it's good we're going short. But we've still got to wait for that setup. Lucaramba. Which our Apple website do you recommend for a beginner? If you're a complete beginner, how I started just watching YouTube channels. Just put trading for beginners and learn how to read these bars and just get a few ideas about how markets work. And what I did is I did 6 months with a guy called Andrew Lockwood. He's got a course. He's a UK trader. And I think to be part of his website, I think it's about £200 English for about 6 months, I think. And he teaches very, very basics. And I did that for 6 months and then just moved on to this. So I'd say browse around YouTube, just, search videos on trading for beginners and learn about what these bars are, what they're telling you, and how markets work. Just try and get an understanding from them and then maybe get on a course, but don't pay a lot of money for courses, will you? But the guy that teaches this, Mac, to join his website for a year is about $120. The only downside is I don't think it's suitable for complete beginners, so I would say just, maybe buy a book or two, browse around YouTube, trading for beginners, just get a feel for it. And I think you'll just sort of find your way. Your chart's different than yours. Yeah, they often are, but that question's been asked a million times. Just trade yours as it is. Just trade your setups. They're never going to be really identical. It makes a difference on where the data comes from the service, what country you're in, how quick your internet is. It's, it can't hit everyone's computer at exactly the same point in time. There's going to be a little bit of movement in between. Now, I would say here we're probably going to have something like this again, I would say. A little bit of sideways before we come down again. So yeah, we had this push down, didn't we? Very sort of similar picture here. And then we had a push up, didn't we? Not quite as high as here, but we had a push up. A little bit of sideways before we came down. So I'd say we're probably going to have a little bit of sideways. I'll be surprised if it gets higher, but you never know. Well, it already has. I'd say we're going to have a little bit of sideways. We'll see. So that, technically, if it finishes short, is a second entry short. But the EMA is facing upwards and we're out the channel. So most breakouts fail, but not all of them. So you've got to make a judgment. I don't think this is ready to come in just yet. Thank you. You're welcome, mate. Yeah. Look on things like Thomas Wade. Just some YouTube channels, but just put trading for beginners and learn some of the basics, because you're going to need to... Excuse me a minute. Sorry. You need to learn some of the basics. You tend to forget how difficult these things are when you first start to learn about them, the information they give you, but you need to obviously be aware of what these are. But it's an exciting journey. It's a tough journey. I'm going to say it's going to mess with you emotionally. But if it's something you want to do, then have a go. See what you think. Have a feel around. See what you think. So we may get a couple of legs up. I don't know. Yeah, you're probably not going to learn a massive amount for watching something like this, because a lot of this might probably just confuse you a little bit. So I wouldn't waste your time watching this. This is for sort of a little bit more advanced. If you're a complete beginner. In fact, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll tell you what I'll do for now is go on to YouTube and search Andrew Lockwood. And he's got loads of it. You don't have to join his 6-month thing. Just watch his videos. He teaches you from basic. I didn't think of that. Andrew Lockwood. He has been trading for about 30 odd years. He traded in the London Stock Exchange as a pit trader during the 80s. He's a very experienced guy and he explains things beautifully. So look Andrew Lockwood on YouTube, and he's got hundreds of videos. You don't have to join his 6 monthly thing. You can get a feel for it first, but he'll explain exactly what a candle is, what it does, the information it gets you, and how markets work. And yeah, that's a good start, I'd say. Yeah, Thomas Wade's good, but he tends to not do very basic stuff, I don't think. If you're a beginner, then you want to go a little bit more basic. But we've all been there. You've got to start somewhere. Just trying to think where this is likely to go. There is a little bit of resistance around there, so that may play a part. Let's have a look at actually it's where that second leg is, more or less. Okay, there's a triple top there, so let's leave that there for now. So that might be an area where it could reverse from. Have you ever dabbled in Forex, in your opinion? Yeah, that's how I started trading currency. Yeah, I mean, it's just another thing to trade. Why did I stop that, and why did I do this? I think with currency, I was looking. What you tend to do with currency is you'll find a strong currency and a weak currency, and that gives you a trend. And I think a lot of currency traders just basically hunt for trends. But you're going to find you've got a lot of monitors. You've got multiple screens within those monitors showing multiple currency pairs. You can have the majors and the minors up, so you're going to be browsing them. And you're going to have multiple time frames. I used to trade on an hourly and a 4 hourly. I used to trade on a daily and a weekly as well. I just tried different ways because I think they tend to teach you a little bit about scalping, a little bit about day trading, a little bit about swing trading, and then I think you sort of veer to one. Maybe one might suit you. So I tended to have screens everywhere and charts everywhere, and I saw a couple of guys trading this, trading futures contracts on NinjaTrader and scalping, and I just love the idea of one chart, one time frame. That's it. You sit in front of the chart. You ain't got to spend your time browsing around different, But I'm not saying excuse me. Sorry. I'm not saying currency trade isn't good. There's plenty of currency traders out there making a stack of money. When were we stopped out at? 26. Down here. Where'd you go? Did you go here? Did you do something? Did you short up here? Yeah, there's nothing on my chart really. Taking the plans, just started my 50,000. Oh, good on you, Grant. My advice, wait for a good setup, take it and commit. And then whether it goes right or wrong, you got to try and move on. It's not easy. As you know, how many accounts I've failed. But it's exciting. It's your first sort of taste of what it feels like to have a little bit of money in the game and have that little bit of risk. But you've got to do it at some point, because that's the only way you get used to the emotions. You've got to expose yourself. You can't go from being successful on a demo and make money on it. You've got to get used to that. The hardest part of it was just going to copy you. Trouble is, I've only been doing this style for 18 months, and my trades and setups are going to look different. So what you don't want to do is copy me into something that doesn't look right on your chart, because I may not, you're probably only messing around anyway, but I always advise against copying someone. I'd say watch someone like me just to get an idea of where I've drawn my trade charts and what my thoughts on. And, it's the old two heads are better than one type of scenario. Sometimes it's nice just to have your thoughts confirmed. You know what I mean? So that's why I'd say watch someone like me, and just for the sort of, the bit of fun about having a bit of banter and having a bit of chit chat, because it can be quite lonely, stuck in a room on a computer all day long. So do you know what? We could have something like this down here now. We could possibly have maybe a bit of a range going backwards and forwards here for a bit. We may do. But no, the trouble is I might not always be around, and if you end up copying someone, and not just that, if I lose, you've lost. So, I do lose trades, don't get. I certainly do. It's 2 legs up here, isn't it? And I don't want to be responsible for you losing your money. It says, yeah, just price action. That's all it is. I think it's the sort of most natural, rawest form of trading. Minimal the only indicator we use is the 21-day exponential moving average, and it's just used really as a magnet. If you look, whenever it goes away, it always comes back to it, and that's the place usually where, if the context and the setup's right, where you take your trades. But the trouble is, sometimes the more indicators you have stuck all over the place, it just gets messy and complicated. And this, for me, is by far the simplest form of trading. When I say simplest, I don't mean it's easy, but it's more straightforward. I don't have to rely on indicators, and there are some phenomenally technical indicators out there, and it just makes things look a bit messy. Excuse me for snorting away there. Okay, so it's good. I think we may we may bounce around this area for a bit, but I think if we get up here, I think there's a good chance then we're coming lower. I would say so. 2 pushes out. But we could do something like this. A little bit of sideways there. A little bit of sideways, push down, a little bit of sideways, which is more or less what we've done over the last 2 days. We've had a push down, some sideways, push down, some sideways, and if you look, it's sort of like that might even work. It's not a million miles away, is it? It sort of works, doesn't it? In a way. Push down. Correction, some sideways movement, push down, exactly the same as here, look. Correction, maybe some sideways. This is just my thoughts, actually. You just got to go with what the picture's telling you. So it may bounce up and down, but I certainly think if it gets up here, we're going to be moving down a bit more. Big bearish bar there, risky in my opinion. It probably is going to come down, but I wouldn't bet any money on it. I've been caught out by them before. They tick lower, go up again. Yeah, 16 ticks. Tick above, tick below. We will consider that a reversal pattern. This here. It could be. See, I'd say we're still bearish to me if I look on the daily. See, if you look on the 10,000 tick chart, we've had this good strong push down, and then we push back up right to the EMA. So I'm still thinking, yeah, look at that, bum. I'm still thinking short at the moment, and that's what I can see on the daily. I'm still trying to see reversal. 2 moves, rush up, pull back, EMA lunge. That's triggered below here, isn't it? I am wondering whether we're getting a bit of a range for a while. But if I'd taken that short, my arse would be twitching about now. Big tech is bouncing. Why is that, do you know? Excuse me a second. Yeah. Yeah, if you're on there short, you'd have just got stopped out there. So look at the daily again. Forward reversals will stick to second entries unless you have been training properly for a few years. Kirk has actually been training for quite a lot of years, haven't you, bud? Yeah, this just looks like a little bit of a little bit of sideways, I think, on the daily. So could do anything a bit. Might go up a bit more. Oh, Kurt, there's some advice for you. You've been training for a few years, Kirk, haven't you? Quite a few years. I think Kirk can lose more in a day than DZT and learn in a month, I think, can you sometimes? I'll have a bit of banter, I do. Okay, let's get rid of that. Okay. There's definitely a trend developed up here. Let's see what happens when we get up to this area here, which was yesterday's lows, I think, was it? Yeah, yesterday's lows. The bottom of that first leg. So let's see if it does reject off here. I know the bottom hunters will be hoping it keeps on going, but I don't think it will. Trade one trade a day. Nothing wrong with that. That's good control, if anything. Guy asked me to do that once. I found it difficult, but if you got self-control just to get in and do one trade a day, I think that's okay. You went long, so you guys can start short. Let's see if we can guess where you went long. Was it here or was it here? I'm guessing it was somewhere here, wasn't it? Let's have a look. Where could it go? Suppose it's possible it could get up here somewhere, isn't it? I don't know now. I'm not too sure what's going on. I think the overall is the bias is downwards at the moment, but even if I wanted to take a long, I couldn't. It's just too far away from the EMA. Just wondering, maybe. Just thinking somewhere where it may slow down. Possibly somewhere around there. Did you get in on any of that, Kirk, did you? Maybe a bit of an overshoot there. It's not that convincing, I don't think. See if we let's have a look. Shoot it from the hip. It's against my liberals. Finally realise it don't work, does it? It took me a while, I got to say. To be fair, the way I've traded in the past, I think I'd be better off clicking the button blindfolded. I think I've had just as much luck, I think. In fact, I often thought about when I decide to go long, I might just go short instead. I think I'd probably have better results in the past. Okay, it's stalling here, isn't it? Possible an overshoot. I don't know, it's hard to say, isn't it? Prefer a beat. High or low, yeah, I'm thinking it's coming down, but you just think it's coming at some point. Let's have a bigger picture there. Yeah, there does seem to be something around here, so there may be a bit of support here. I think it's a bit of an overshoot. Let's see what happens. I'm certainly not ready to take longs yet. And certainly not shorts like that either at the moment. Too risky floating in the middle of the high or low after a second entry long. Risky they are. Taking them so many times. Tick. Stop you out. Failed trap after the break. Yeah, you're talking about there or there? Yeah, if you get into that, I think you're going to get shafted in a minute. Okay, new high, lower high. I think that's risky taking a lower high there because it's, I don't know, it's still uncertain what's going to happen, whether we're going to go up to here or up further or across the side. I think it's possibly more likely we're going to go a little bit sideways. That's my thoughts. Because you're going to have traders thinking we're coming back down because we're bearish. Other traders thinking, well, maybe we're going to come back here and push up and go into a bigger range, a channel up. So I think we're going to have a little bit of sideways for a bit. What is that big number sitting next to the current bar? That one there just tells me how many ticks are in that current bar. That's the 2000 tick countdown. That 7 there is just what the height of the previous bar. So it just helps you make a better decision. That's where you're going to get stopped out there. So if anybody went short there, let's see what happens when it gets up to here. There is some resistance there, so support, broke through resistance, so there is something there. So let's see what happens here. Thanks for the answer. You're welcome, Sandro. I think you're a new face. Welcome. Where are you from? I'd like to know where people are from. Sandro. Ooh, could that be Sanchez? Ooh. I'm guessing you're in the US, are you? Just bear me a second. I'm just going to let my dog in. My wife and daughter have gone out and it's probably going to start howling. Bear me a second. Okay. Right. What's it going to give us? Thomas Quinn, also a third timer. Thanks for sharing the knowledge. You are welcome. Where are you from, Thomas? Always like to know where people are from. You know where I'm from. Are you from Spain? Sandro from Spain. I'm not. I'm from Spain. Spain. Beautiful. Done. First time here, Spain. Thomas Quinn is Texas with the Costa Rican roots. Excellent. Beautiful Texas. I'm guessing Texas is quite warm, is it, at the moment? I know some of the US have been hammered with awful weather. Okay, so you could call this an overshoot. I'm not convinced it is, but it may be. We started here, we touched tight here. We've had a couple of quick pushes up, so it probably is actually, which is why we might be calling this bit of sign. We've had a failed breakout. I'm still thinking downwards. Robert, have you taken a trade yet, mate? Me, yeah, I've taken just the one, I think. Where is it? That one there. And I came out of it about here, so it was quite a good. It was a good trade in my opinion, but it went a bit sideways, a little bit nerve-wracking, but in the end, it went the right way. And I came out of it, I think, around about here. And in some cases, with hindsight, I wish I'd have held on to it, because look where it went. So, from Houston, Texas. Excellent. I've chatted with a lot of American traders over the last 18 months. Mad, passionate traders. So what are we going to do here, folks? Are we going to push up some more, do you think? I'm not going to get in long if this goes long. I'm not saying it's not going to. But at the moment, the way the day's been, this is more of a, well, it's definitely a bearish day. That work or not? Will it be like that? Maybe at the end of the day. I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Now I'm just thinking, it's a bit of a doji anyway, but I'm just wondering whether maybe some longs trap there. I kind of like the way this is going. Trouble is, I don't want to get trapped myself, so I'm going to have to be careful. We've had an overshoot, new high, push down. I mean, okay, maybe I might get in on this. Come on, come on, come on. Let's see where it ends up. Something about made me a bit nervous there. It's probably likely going to come down, but it's quite a big old bar, and I don't like the way it's bounced off the EMA and come up a bit. So I think if I'm going to take a trade going short, it's going to be the failure. See, I'd say that's an overshoot. If you look where it's held there and there, I started here, it's held here. That to me is a bit of an overshoot. So then you can count that then as your new high. But it is possible you could do a second entry long here. If people don't count it, and maybe it will go higher, but I like to think we're coming down. So if we do get a second entry long here, what I might do, if it triggers, is put my order one tick below that, and that, if it works, will give me the failure. Bear me a second. Excuse me. See, I'm hoping that ends up bullish, and then I think there may be some trapped. I'm not saying it's not going to go higher. Okay. So I'm looking now for a possible failure, so I want it to break above here and then break below here. So waiting for this failed second entry long, you and me both, brother. Let's just zoom in a bit here, get this a bit bigger. That's better. Okay, so I need that to tick above there. Go on. There you want it. Okay, so now I'm looking for the failure. So I want this to finish bearish, preferably down here somewhere. I like the fact that it's only 6 ticks as well. Might not. but there's no harm in being ready if it does. Perhaps it might come up a bit higher, but yeah, it looks like it's got other things in mind. So we got this new high, bit of an overshoot new high, trying to go once, trying to go twice. Might still work, but it may go up. That people might not be, traders might not class that as an overshoot, and they may think it's going higher. So you may get more buyers trying to push it up than sellers. But personally, I still think we're coming down. So you could say that's a second entry long in a fashion. So there may be some longs there, so it might push up or it might come down and stop them out. So I think if it does drop below here, I think it's possible. Sure, let's have a look. Kind of like the way it's coming down. But I'm also aware that I don't want to be losing any of my gains. So it's going to have to be a very clear trade. Kind of hoping it doesn't finish good. Yeah, kind of glad it's going up a bit actually. Something about it, just not makes me a bit nervous, a little bit sidewaysy. See, we got a break. I mean, we could go up and make a new high. You know, it all depends on who thinks it's likely to go up more. And normally in a trade, you'd have a break and a new high. So I class that as an overshoot personally. So then that would be my new high. And you know, sometimes when you get an overshoot out of one side, you get something similar out the other side. So that's just, it is a, I think that's risky to take there personally, but I think if it gets below here, I think we'll be okay. I should have taken it a little bit lower than that, but I've just upped my risk. But if we can get below here, I think we're okay. Push down, push down. I am aware that it could push up and go bullish and bounce up, so I'm getting a bit nervous here, so I might have to keep an eye on this one. Okay, that's not too bad. Now, how far are we likely to come down? What I don't want to do is chuck away money, so I think if we can get below places like here or here, I think it's going to aid things, because I'll be surprised if there isn't some long somewhere along here. So I'm just going to keep this as tight as I think I can without getting stopped out. Okay, if we can go down, okay, that's broke below here, so that gives me a little bit more. If we can get down below here, I think we're good for another good push down, so I'm going to keep that there. I am aware that we're quite likely going to have a pullback. I'm hoping it just tanks. Okay, so we might. I'm going to leave that there. We might. Okay. I thought we might come back up a little bit there. I'm not convinced that there is a possibility. There's always a possibility that we could do something like this. I don't think we will, but I don't know. We've had that strong push out. I just... two legs down. Sometimes it's just... what did I get there? I think I got about... what did I get there? 3, 4, 5, 2.5 points. Okay. I'm pleased with that. Sometimes you've got to take them. It's just something about it. It's just, I don't know what it is sometimes. I can't put my finger on it. Something about me makes me a bit nervous. I think we're coming down, but I'm not sure whether people thinking we're having a couple of legs down, then we're going to move back up. Good grab. Yeah, sometimes it's just, you get a feeling, don't you? You think, ooh. Because I thought if we were coming straight down, I thought we would have come down a bit quicker than that. I'm thinking people think, okay, we've broken now below here. This is just a failed breakout or a correction or whatever, call it what you will. And I thought then once it broke clearly down below there, I thought it was going to come down quicker. Because we've clearly had a downward bias. We've had this sort of breakout, pullback, whatever you want to call it, correction. And I think once it came down below there, I thought it was going to go down quicker, but it didn't go down quick enough. I was hoping it was going to go blip, 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 blip. But just made me a bit nervous. And if I get that feeling, sometimes it's better. I got 2 points. I'm chuffed to bits with that. You know, it's all money in the bag, and it's just stuck me now over that $6,000 mark. So that's just for 10 trading days. So $6,000 for 2 weeks. Times that by 2. 4 weeks trading a month, $12,000 just on 2 contracts, and I can trade 10 contracts on this. So that $12,000 could equate to 5 times that, which is $60,000 on 10 contracts. Now, once you go up to contracts, I think that sometimes can mess around with your nerves a little bit. I don't know, maybe it will. I'm guessing it will a little bit. So, but it just goes to show you what you could make, what the potentials are to make. And this is just one $50,000 account. Some people have got 10 of them, 20 of them. So it just goes to show the amount of money that you could potentially make. Like Max says, the magic isn't in the reading, the bigger picture. Absolutely, yeah. See, this could be, we've had this push up here, haven't we? It could be 2 legs down and then push up some more. So I just, I don't know. Sometimes you get a feeling. Where did I go short here, didn't I? Was it here? Yeah, it was. So we are getting a bit of a pullback. I don't know. It might just continue down. It's hard to say. Excuse me a minute. Don't count any chickens. There will be losses, absolutely. But it's just nice to know what you can potentially do with one account. So, you know, people think they've got to have 10 or 20 accounts. You haven't, really. If you can trade well, and, you know, then you could make a lot of money just from one. Simulation messes up with my nerves. Simulation messes. Do you know the one thing about trading on a sim? I find it hard to take it seriously. And I don't mean that in a sort of negative form. What I meant is because you're not trading for live money, so sometimes I go, I'll give that one a go, or I'll give that one a go. But when you're trading for real money, or there's real, you know, you got real skin in the game, you treat it quite different. So that's sometimes where sims can sort of work in the, you know, the other way. But they're certainly great for learning your craft. You know, you have to do a sim. There's no way around it, really. Sam, all right, mate. Thank you for today. I'll be back tomorrow. Have a nice evening. Yes, you too, mate. A seam, is that? Sorry, is that a seam? A seam. Yeah, that sounds a bit better. Are you a new face? I can't remember. Trouble is, when you get more and more faces, you lose track, don't you? If you are, or if you're not, or if you are, welcome. You can look at the payouts. I know, yeah. I think it was Marlon told me someone had withdrawn $1 million or something. I don't know how true that is, but lop off half your estimate for losses. You can make £20,000 a month. Really means £10,000. Yeah, well, just based on what I've earned here, that includes losses. That in 10 days equates to $12,000 just on 2 contracts. So it just goes to show what you could potentially earn. I can times that by, I can do 10 contracts on here, so you could times that monthly by, and that figure includes the losses I've had. So, but yeah, as we get up more and more contracts and more skin in the game, even though the risk factors don't change, you know, the risk percentages don't change. See, trading with a 2,500 drawdown with 2 contracts doesn't get any riskier than that. I could lose 6 trades and that's my lot. But I think when you get up a bit, but I think just for the fact that if I'm seeing a good trade there hitting $1,000, you times that by 5, when you start seeing $5,000 clocking up, that's going to affect you a little bit. You may be less inclined to, you know, to work them lower. So when I do scale up, I'm going to do it 1 contract at a time. And the plan is to go up to, when I hit $15,000, if I hit $15,000, go up to 3 contracts, $20,000 for, and that, take it up slowly. But I think once you start to get some money in the bank, I mean, you know, if you can get 5, 10 or 15,000 or 20,000 in your bank account, you know you can trade and you've got money. You know, you'll think, well, I've got this money, I could trade my own account if I wanted to. So once you've got a bit of money, you know, you'll start to, it won't affect you so much. But at the moment, there's so much on the line because I started from 0, really. So I think if you build it up slowly, you take your time, try not to concentrate on the money, you know, then I think you'll do all right. See, this is going a little bit sideways here, so I'm kind of glad I got out of there when I did. Because I don't like it, where did I get out here? I don't like it when it goes sideways. I think we are coming down, but... sorry about that. Another coughing fit. Yeah, I've been here only a few days. Okay. All right, I'll get going. Good luck. Trade again. Thank you, Asim. I'm back here tomorrow. If you're not doing anything, you're around, you're welcome to join in. So I don't think this will keep going down. I don't know, maybe it will. Let's have a look. Red gold, yeah, no, you said that. You can look at the payouts. I might have another look. I did have a browse the other day, actually. I think a guy took out, did he take out $40,000 per account on something like 5 accounts? I think he took out $200,000. So it's nice to know Apex will pay that. I can't ever see me taking $200,000 out, but I'll be happy. It'll make my day if I can ever get to the $20,000 mark where I can make that out. I mean, and if you can make that, obviously, theoretically, sky's the limit. But that's my ultimate goal. That's when I'll say I've made it as a trader, when I can withdraw $20,000 from account. That's when I'll say I've made it. But I just want to get to the stage where I got some money in the bank and I can say, we'll book a holiday next week. You know, just nice to have that money in the bank. We always had savings. We always had I think we had savings of about £25,000 at one point. But what with COVID and giving up jobs and that slowly dwindled. And I spent a chunk of it on this. So that's all but gone. Douglas D. Lance, sure hope you get rid of that puff this weekend. I'm sure you're feeling horrible. I feel a bit better today, actually. A couple of days in bed and I've just dosed myself up with everything. Just a bit of a dry throat and a bit of a chest at the moment. I feel better. I'm working Friday, so hopefully, excuse me a sec. Excuse me. Trouble is when you get a dry throat and you're talking. And as you know, I can talk well. Never get tired of hearing my own voice. Where was that other trade we took? It was here, wasn't it? I think, what was it? Did I get 2.5 points out of that, was it? 3, 4, 5, 2.5 points. Yes. Sorry, I usually type a bit quicker, but I got the mic in my way. I'm having a blind. So okay, so we had this big push down. Yeah, I thought this area may cause some support or resistance. I think they call that. So depending on what was the rest of the day, I think what it's probably likely going to do is go down so much, but have a bit of a breakout and then come down, and that may end up turning into something like that. I think if we can get a bit of a because just what the daily is showing me, and now so we've had this on the 10,000 tick chart. We've had this sort of strong push up straight through the EMA. We come back down through it, so maybe we're going to get a little bit of a pull back here and then drop below, which is what I'm sort of expecting here, which is why I've sort of drawn that. It's probably possibly going to be something like that. I like to draw these just to see if I'm on the right wavelength. Probably miles away, but where was that? There, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, see, if I'd sat on that a bit longer, trouble is when it goes sideways like that, sometimes I think you're better off getting out it's better off getting out and having guaranteed profit. When you get more experience and you've been doing this for a few years, day in, day out, then I think you'll get an idea of where you're better off holding a bit longer. Or that may be where you may add a runner and just, try and get maybe 1-to-1 on that and maybe have a runner to go a bit lower. Yeah. What do you think of SE short right now? SE short. SEO second entry short. See, whenever you do second entry shorts, really, this is, just what I've learned. This is the way I do it. I like to take them at the EMA. I mean, things like that. You said second entry short, didn't you? Yeah, anything like this, really. Although it did work down, it's just risky when you don't do them up here, if that's what you meant, mate. Accountability Kings, SE short. I'm assuming you're saying second entry short. I don't think there is a second entry short there, really. No, we didn't. But I mean, really, you want to take your shorts. You want to take them something. I like to take them anyway. Something like this, or this. That type of area. I like to take them. My shorts, really, if I can. I like to get them nice and close to the EMA. But obviously, every trade depends. It depends on the context of the market. But I like taking them. That's for me. If that was a second entry there. That would be the ultimate place to take a trade there. If we'd have had a second entry, like maybe 2 legs up, followed by that, preferably with the top of that match at the top of here. So I've mentioned loads of times, I love taking trades there. They just don't fail. Let's see if this does come back. Let's get rid of it a minute anyway. Probably tilt that down a bit more. Glad I stumbled across your Steam. Not many live streams this time of day. No, there is. I think there's only me and I think the Panda guy. I don't think anybody else live streams. I think what am I thinking of? I think Fife does a bit now and again. I think he's just taking a break. He does some live streams, but there's not many actually. I've heard Mac mention it before. I mean, he's been asked many times to live stream, but he thinks it affects his trades negatively. And he did mention that he had a friend who was a good, experienced trader, and he started trading live, and it worked negatively against him. But I actually think it works positively for me. I don't feel like I struggle to concentrate when I'm talking at the same time. So, I don't know. Perhaps I'm a bit of a freak. Perhaps my brain works in a strange way. But yeah, there's not a lot of people, is there? It is nice. I'd have loved to have... I watched the Panda guy a bit. But he's been struggling a bit lately. He's having lots of red days, and I think when you're watching people, I think they need to be, regularly having good days. Otherwise, it just makes you think, you don't want to be picking up any bad habits. He almost seems to trade differently. I know I was looking at some of his trades yesterday, and we use the 21-day exponential moving average, and he uses the 20-day. And what I found is when we were coming back here and sitting on it beautifully and going lower, his was up here. So he seemed to be losing out on more trades that way, so I don't quite know. But he tends to he started off with a bit of Pats, but I think he does a bit of a mixture with Al Brooks. But I think sometimes when you sort of... I'm blabbering on about it yet. Have a great evening, mate. I'll see you tomorrow. Sometimes he seems to mix his methods a bit, and I think that may be why he's having a bit of a bad spell, I think. But I watched him a lot, and it's kind of nice to just have some company, if anything, isn't it? Just to think about, the way others are seeing the market compared to you, and I think it just gives you a little bit more confidence in what you've done, based on someone else. Have a looked around with supercar. Come on, mate, what do you think? Of course I have. No, I'm not going to be. I'm not quite looking at supercars. And how much they cost. I don't know. We've got it's about an 8-year-old Vauxhall Insignia at the moment. It's getting on a bit now, but we have a van as well. But I don't know. I just like a nice car. I would. Excuse me a sec. Sorry. I am a fan of the Land Rover Velar. I love them, and also some of the Mercedes as well. The Mercedes, the GLC Coupe, and the BMW X5 or 6. So I don't think I'll be in the line of supercar just yet. Maybe a few years down the road, but I'm getting a bit old for. I'm 53 now, so I'm getting a bit old for supercars. But I'm going for more comfort now. But yeah, I have a browse just now and again, maybe. Only probably, 3-4 times a day. But you got to dream. I've always been a dreamer. My mum either said, I'll either be rich or in prison. Well, I'm not in prison, and I never have been, so let's hope she's right. I think Panda is a pattern chaser like Wilson. Yeah, sometimes I can't. Sometimes he draws the Panda guy. He's a nice fella. Sometimes he draws the markets. I don't quite understand how he draws his chart sometimes, and some of the trades he takes. He does seem to do a mixture of Pats and who's the other guy? The old guy. What's his name? Supposedly the daddy of this style. What's Albrook's? I think he does a bit of Albrook's as well. So the trouble is when you sort of mix two methods, I don't know. But he had a rotten bunch of days bad luck, I think. And he took a break, and I think hopefully, because I don't like seeing anybody do bad. You know, we've all got the same interest here, so I support anybody who's committed the time to learn it. And we all have tough times, and we've all had tough times, and we're all going to have tough times. It's not all easy, it's not all roses, is it? So hopefully, the break might do him well. Yeah. We're all entitled to our opinion, I agree. I think he's gotten slipped in some bad habits, I think. But hopefully the break will do him a bit of good. I believe he's back. He is back now. I think he's traded for the last couple of days. I haven't looked how he's done, but I know when I've been through it a bit rough and I've taken a week off, it makes a difference. It is important to take time off, especially if you're having a bad spell, because there's nothing worse than trying to slog away when things aren't going well. It doesn't help. Yes, trying to break out of your downtrend. It certainly is, isn't it? It looks like it sort of is. There's one leg up. Let's see what happens here. So far, though, we haven't. Sometimes it won't get there, and I like to get it tight, but this looks like it could possibly be. I do like it when we have a nice push down, break, two legs up, right to the EMA, nice and low. So let's get an order ready. But it's got to get nice and tight for me to be interested, I think. Okay, I'm hoping it stops there. Careful. Hoping it stops there and another bar forms, which will be the rest of that second leg. It's a hidden second entry. Push up. Red candle, push up. I'm hoping it stops about there and another bar breaks up and comes down. The only trouble is when they look good, sometimes they move that quick, so you've got to be quick. I hope that finishes around about there somewhere. I don't want that to come down because that's just too risky for me. So stay where you are. No. Get back up. Yeah, okay. I'm hoping we're going to get higher now. It might just career down, but I got two legs up. Come on, up you get. Come on, push up. There is a second entry short, but that's just a bit too risky because one, it's more 50-50 really, isn't it? It's halfway, isn't it? So it's just too risky, that is. I like that body to be up there, and now this one's forming. It's getting a bit congested. I'm not saying it's not going to come careering down, but it's just too risky because it could quite easily come up and stop you out. It is a double top, but I don't know, it's just not broken out convincingly enough for me, and we're getting a little bit of congestion there, so I tend to stay out of them. You're scalped out. Yeah, hidden second entry, yeah it is, but that's just not a good buy. It might be on your chart, but for me, it's just not close enough to the EMA. I like it to get further up there. I like the body to get closer. You see how this is finished now, see, so there's your first leg. There's your first entry, so it may come up a bit higher. It wouldn't surprise me if it broke higher than that, stopped all them shorts out, and then ended up beautifully bearish. Yeah, but if you're scalped out on it's not much of a. I think you got a point, did you? They are risky, those, and you can see, can't you? Because there's a bit of confusion there. Where are we going, up or down, boys? You know. So I wouldn't be shocked if that went up there and ticked above there and then ended up maybe another bar and bearish. Yeah, enough space at the bottom. I'd say I did draw one of these, didn't I, a while ago, but I took it off. I'm saying it's going to be something like that, I would have said. So I would, if we can get around here, up here and bearish, I would say then I would be expecting, I would be thinking that. And then another leg down, because I'm still thinking we're going to hit this bottom. But it needs to finish right for me, so I'm going to remove that for the minute. There's our first entry. Definitely sideways, but I need a good push up here, followed by a bearish bar, and then that's a good trade for me. Got lucky. Yeah, the trouble is, mate, if you get into the habit of taking riskier trades and getting lucky, you're teaching yourself bad habits, you know what I mean? So you've got to just I can't tell you enough how important that is. You've got to just take good trades. Otherwise, it's never going to work, you know? Because there are times where you're going to get lucky, but all that's going to do is just convince you that those bad habits quite often work. And you know what I mean? So the only way I've managed to get where I am on this P account and the evaluation is just because I've waited for what I believe to be good setups. And it's just, that for me is risky, and it's not a good signal bar on mine. It may be on yours, but could look quite different on yours. It could be further up there, but it's just risky. It's a bit of sideways. Excuse me, I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. Excuse me a second. Oh, there it goes anyway, look. I forgot I left me order down here. Don't want to be doing that. Yeah, I think just with the momentum, it's pushed down. I'm not convinced it's not going to come up a bit. See, there's a new high, isn't it? Yeah. So, yeah. Just going to remove that a minute. That looks better. All right, that looks a bit better, doesn't it? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, to go short, it's got to be up here for me. I can't see it getting there. Thanks for the great stream. You're welcome. Yes, trader. See you tomorrow if you're around. Have a great evening. Oh, Sam, this is all I take. Oh dear, I'm going to have to sort you out, mate. This two-tiered looking. Got something. Yeah, what you got to try and do, mate. I know it's a bit hypocritical of me to tell you this, because I've blown so many accounts, but just from my experience of blowing many accounts, as you know, the only way it works is waiting for good setups and leaving the riskier ones alone. There are going to be some that are good setups that may be a touch more risky, but for me, I don't know what your bar looked like, that one. But there's no way I could go short there, although it went. And that's the trouble sometimes. You think, well, it went, so next time you take it and then it triggers below and goes up and stops you out. So the only way that this works, and I've been told this a million times, and it took a million times for me to get it through my thick head, but the only way it works is if you wait for those good setups. Even if you get 1-2 setups a day, just take those. You'll be made. You really will. It's the only way it works, because the market's got a way of just messing you around. It really has. Okay. So this could be a breakout, that might not. So let's see if we're close to it now. Let's see if we can get something here. So let's just drop that now. So let's put that there. Okay, now I reckon that is slightly higher than that. So you could call that a new high. Yeah, it is. Okay, so there's your new high. That could be a lower high. So let's see what that, in fact, let's leave that there, because touch. Let's see what happens. I want to be careful of it, is not taking something silly risky, because I don't want to be giving away anything that I've got. So that to me is just too far away from the EMA for me. I know it's touched it, and I know it's probably going to go short, but I've taken those before and they've gone back up, and it is a little bit sideways. See, so what time do I stream? Usually around market open. Now, market open is about 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, which is about 2:30 in the UK. So around about 20 past 2, something like that. So 10 minutes before market open. And I'll be trading from tomorrow. But it's usually 3 to 4 days a week. But if you subscribe to the channel, I believe when I set a schedule, which I usually do the night before, set a schedule streaming, I believe you get notified. I'm not quite fully up with YouTube just yet. I've been using it for years, but I've never streamed from it. So, but I believe if you subscribe, then you'll get a notification when I put in. I usually do at the end of the day. I'll schedule a stream for tomorrow, so I believe you get notified. I'm just going to take that away in a minute. Okay, so I forget it's there. Okay, it's gone up, touched it, but that's too risky for me. That. It's a little bit congested for me. Subscribed, yeah. So yeah, we chatted already. Yeah, we have seen you. G Money. I like that. You got to include money in your name. Where are you from, bud? Have you already told me? You might have done. Yeah, well, look up and see if you've told me where you're from. Or have you? No, I don't think you have. Please tell me it's somewhere warm. Florida, excellent. I think, did you mention that? I think you might have done. Someone else, yes, I think you did, didn't you? Someone else was from Florida. Excellent. So I think you're basking in warm sunshine, aren't you, at the moment? Well, warmer than we are in the UK. Just trying to think. No, I suppose it's still pretty cool there, isn't it? Like, I've not been to the US. I've been to Cuba, which is probably the closest. Florida's probably the closest US mainland, isn't it? I think from Cuba. Spent a few weeks in Cuba once. Just looking for where there may be any longs in there, and there isn't really, so it may go back up a little bit. I think we might sideways a little bit here. The only way I'm going to take a trade is if I get one big bar sitting nicely there. Zamru, is that right? Zamru, hi, where in the UK are you? I don't know if you're from the UK or not. I live in a place called Shropshire, which is, if you look at the map of the UK, it's about 50 miles west of Birmingham, and a little town called Shrewsbury. Most of you may know Shrewsbury. It's where Charles Darwin was born and grew up, went to school. So that's our claim to fame. Never met him. Was a few hundred years out. Is that an ATM 21 day? 21 day. Why do they use a 21 day? No idea. It's just the what they use. MAX system, price action trading system. So there is I just don't think we're going to get up here and enough, I think. I'm still thinking down. Yeah, it's certainly bearish. There's no argument there, is there? Bit of sideways push up. Big strong push down, push up. We may have more of a substantial push breakout, but I still think low. I think we're coming down to here, possibly even lower. What Premier League team do you support? I don't watch football as much now. I used to follow Leeds United, but the trouble is with football over here, it's gone so much about trouble and, God, honest to God, you go to a football match, there's police everywhere, police on horseback, police in vans, police on the streets. There's just... I think a lot of the violence put me off. I remember I was coming out of a road where I live once and the local town was playing. And there was loads of young lads walking over this bridge, gangs of them shouting and yelling and all this sort of stuff. And there was a woman, a young woman with a young child, young little lad about 6 years old. And they were over the street from them and they didn't tone it down. They were loud, scary. And I just saw this little 6-year-old lad's face and he was scared shitless, basically. And something got inside me there and I just thought, I want to be part of this game anymore. I know, the majority supporters are not like that, but if you go to a match, there's language, I swear with my mates if I go in the pub, but some of the language is violence, you know what I mean? And just something put me off, I just thought. And, some of the way the players act on the pitch, they get a little tap on their ankle and they roll over 20 times. I don't know, I had enough of it. And then I moved over to cricket. And that's sort of my sport and that's what I watch. And I went to, they have England and Australia have a contest called the Ashes every 2 years. 1 year it's in Australia, 2 years it's in the US. The UK. And I went to watch a cricket game a couple of years ago, England, Australia. And I think there was about 27,000 people there. And I did not see one policeman. Not one. Loads of stewards, not one policeman anywhere. Because you just don't get it. You can sit there and drink all day long. You can have a great day. But football just, I don't know, it just seems to attract trouble and I got put off in the end. I totally understand. I was in Reading, UK in 2007. The team lost. It was so messy. Yeah. It just put me off. Sometimes you get these little bees in your bonnet, don't you? And it just sticks with you. But I love me cricket now. It's a much nicer sport. I think I don't know, the behaviour of the fans are so much better. And the thing about football is, I suppose, what doesn't help is it's a short game, isn't it? And your team can be up 1 minute and then you can lose the next minute, and it gets that sort of those emotions going. Whereas with cricket, if you lose, you sort of lose slowly. It's slowly going to happen. So I don't know. I know a lot of you US guys aren't clued up with cricket so much, but you just see guys running around all dressed in white with a bat, and you got three stumps and bales on it, but probably doesn't mean much to you, and they stop every now and again for food. Which type of cricket do you like? Test one day. Okay, let me look at your name there. I did notice your name. So that is that an Indian name, is it? Looks like it to me. And if it is, I know you guys are crackers about it. Test cricket, I love. Absolutely love Test cricket. But I'll watch one day, and now and again I'll watch the 2020s. I watch the World Cup 2020s. But I love Test cricket. Absolutely love it. I know we've just we've been in Pakistan recently, and we've beaten Pakistan on the home turf. All 3 tests, which is all good. But yeah, it's yeah, Test cricket's for me. Yeah, you love Test cricket. So so you're UK then, aren't you? When you say Reading, you mean Reading? So look, I missed something. Reading. Oh, are you from Reading then? Are you in Reading, or do you live in Reading? So I'm trying to think where Reading is. I can't think. Reading. I can't think where your local ground is. I don't know. I suppose my local ground is Edgbaston. Really, it's about 45, 50 mile away. Yeah. So where are you originally from? Is that an Indian name? I know, I love the Indian people. They're mad about cricket, they are. I just love the way they get so into it, I gotta say. So I'm looking for something that resembles a nice big bearish bar, which is going to signal to me we're going down. So let's have a look at this. You could count that. That I think is higher as a new count. So you got to try to go once, try to go twice. Fail. I've got to get a bit up here, really. You're in Canada. I think you might have told me that, did you? I was living in Maiden. Oh yeah, okay, Maidenhead. Is that Kent Way, isn't it? London, North London, somewhere around there. East, West, is it North, West London? I can't think. I'm Indian, but here in Canada pastures, yeah, okay. Lovely Indian people, great people. All they want to do is feed you. There's a little garage I go past, actually run by an Indian family where I go to work, and I quite often stop in for some samosas. But they're mad about cricket. So hopefully if we can get something, it is a bit sideways as I was thinking. That looks a bit better. I'm hoping if we can get that up a bit and get a nice big bearish bar there, then I may be, because we've had this trend which we can see, you could say, it might be a bit, let's have a look, get rid of that. Let me adjust this a bit. That possibly might look a bit better. Okay, yeah, that's better for me. Okay, so we come down and we've had a break, a little bit of sideways. So sometimes when we do push down and go sideways, then we do come out the other side. So I'm expecting to go down. So let's see how this finishes. I want this to push up and then finish beautifully in bearish at the bottom of this. And that's the only way I'll take a trade. But the EMA is still coming down. It's a little bit flat, but I'm not too concerned with that. So look. Let's just get an order ready, just in case that's where I like them. Let's see. Okay, this is looking good for me. I just think it's going to come down too quick. Let's have a look. I love where I love where this finishes here. Let's see. Bring this down a bit. Just don't like the way it pushed back up there. But if you count that as a new high, try to go one strike rise. Technically, if that ends up bearish and it breaks below, it's a failure. So I was convinced this was going to finish bearish the way it finished like that. It might do yet, but I don't like the way it's been pushed back up. Let's be ready anyway. But I'm only going to take this if it finishes really bearish, which it looks like it may do. Finishing bloody big though, I thought it might do. Christ almighty, look at that. Okay, I'm convinced this is coming down. I'm going to take it. It is a big old bar, but in fact, just because it's risky, I think it's going to come careening down here without doubt. But I'm going to take it on a limit order when it triggers, if it triggers, because I don't think they look better than that. But because it is such a big bar, it's 18 ticks, 1920, so it's like 5 points. That's a big old risk, that is. So I think without a doubt it's coming down, but I'd rather give it a chance to have a little bit of a pullback. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected. Let's just how it finished there. Kind of hoping we have a bit of a pullback. And I don't mind getting in on it then. I don't think we will, but big push down. We may do. Let's have a little look here. Yeah, that for me now is the start of the second leg. I think it's coming down without a doubt. But I just can't. I can't get in that low for a start. Even that one's a bit risky. It's a good trade, don't get me wrong, but it has gone a bit sideways, so you could say that's a failed breakout, but I'm willing to risk it if it comes back up to here. If we can get a lower high. So let's have a look at this. So it would be, my stop would be here, wouldn't it? So that's 3 points, tick above it. So I don't mind doing there if it comes back. I don't think it will. You could say it's a failed breakout of here, but I don't know. I think it's coming lower. Just trying to think here where there might be some longs which might push it down. Yeah, let's get rid of that. I don't think that's going to come back up for a second. Yeah, that is screaming going south to me, that is. Okay, that's what I'm expecting. Let's get rid of him now. If it comes back up here for a lower high, then I'll be happy about that. But that to me is just, it's screaming it's coming down here for another leg. So what I'm expecting now is this. Technically it's there, isn't it? Okay, so that's where I'm thinking it's coming down. If it does come back up to around about here, I'll have a lower high. Wow, nearly 5 hours today. That's a long old day in it, but it's been worth it. We've sat around and we've got another trade up here, another possibility. Okay, that's good. We may come back up here a bit now, so we may get a lower high. I'd take that. But it's going to have to come back up here a bit, I think. So there may be some longs in there, so I kind of hoping it does go up a bit and then I can take a short, and once it breaks below there, then I think it's just too risky, too far away from there. Okay, this is looking slightly. If we can come up to here and then push a bit higher and give me a lower high. Let's just check. I haven't got any trades open there, have I? No. Hoping this finishes on its high, which then might give us another bar up. Might not even get near it. Yeah, see if I'm looking on the 10,000 tick chart, one push down, a little bit of sideways. I'm expecting that down here, which is going to take us then down to the bottom here. So here, or stroke here. Trouble is, there's no entries. You just can't safely get into it. And as tempting as it is to just jump in there, or you know what I mean, it's just it's not the right way to do it. Shame it was such a big bar there, because it's just what I like. Just the one I look. I've slightly higher than I like it. I like it tucked underneath, but the way the EMA is just nice there. Jeffy, hey Lance, how you doing, buddy? Hey Jeff, sorry. Hey Jeffy, it's been a long day. Why the 10,000 tick? I know some traders use it, and it just, well, I think for every 5 of these bars, that's one. And sometimes I just like to look at this, and this gives me a bit of an overall picture. And it kind of works for me sometimes. So we just had that one push down, a little bit of sideways in it. I'm thinking this is what's looking like to me. So that's telling me it's going down. The daily's telling me it's going down. And the fact that we've possibly another measured leg's telling us going down. And if we look the day before yesterday, yesterday we had that strong push down and then some sideways, and it didn't make it. So I think we're going to have another push down there. So this area is where I'm expecting the market to go. So what with these 2 bits of information, the 10,000 tick chart and the daily, it just gives me a, extra sort of ticks. It ticks the boxes more and more for me, and just gives me that little bit of confidence to think that's where I'm expecting it to go, and just so I don't get caught out going the wrong way. Right, I think we may have to knock it on the head in the next maybe 15. We'll see if we get a setup over the next 15 minutes. We'll be going nearly 5 hours. What time is it? Yeah, the latest I've ever traded is about 8:30 UK time. We're about an hour and 10 minutes away from that. So, I'm feeling all right. I did have this impression of just getting 2 trades a day or 3 maximum, leaving it. But, as long as I'm sitting patiently waiting and I've got no problem with it, then I don't mind sitting in a bit longer. I'm getting dry in the gob though. All this talking makes you dry. I might have to go and have a nice glass of single malt, something a bit spicy. Okay, so there's our new high. Trying to go once, trying to go twice. Possible failure here. So we've had this bit of arrangement, we've broken out of it, we've sort of retested it. Let's see what happens here. If we can get a good signal bar, I'll take this. I like that to push a bit higher, really. Okay, new high, try and go once, try and go twice. See how it finishes. It's certainly close enough to the EMA for me. It's had a good push through it, so if it does come down bearish and it looks right, then I'll take that trade. I like the fact that it's only 6-7 ticks at the moment. So we'll see what happens. But I'm also aware that it is okay. So something about it I don't like. Pretty bearish. Something about it I don't like. There's a short-term trend channel there, so I'd like to break out of it first. Just making me a bit nervous, that is. In fact, we know there's a short-term trend. Let's just remove it, otherwise it's getting in the way a little bit. But something that's just making me a bit nervous. It's not quite as tight as I'd like it. What I think I'd prefer is a second entry short, so if we can get a bit higher, I don't know. Something about it I don't like, I'm just getting rid of that. I think the good setups tend to move quite quickly. It's just a little bit nervous. You got a doji, have you? Yeah. Probably is going to come down, but I just, if I get that feeling, I tend to just leave it alone, and it works for me more often than not. So, yeah, it does look like it may push a bit higher. Right, it's hard to say, really. See what happens here, but we are. See what I mean. You could argue that we've had this little bit of a range, and we've sort of broken out of it, so perhaps this might be the way back in. It's just hard to say, but also we are on a downtrend, so we've got to keep that in mind. But it's just a bit risky for me. I think if you took it, you've got a couple of points out of it anyway, haven't you? Just not pushing down strongly enough like I would expect it to if it was a good trade. So let's see if we get one leg up and another leg up, see what happens. 5 hours we've earned our money today. What's your moving averages? Have you been enjoying your... Thank you, Curtis. Moving average is 21 day. It's the exponential moving average, because you can get exponential on a standard moving average. Curtis, are you a new face? I think you might be. Where are you from, brother? Enjoying your videos. I appreciate it. I think you're a new face. I don't think I recognise your name. The trouble is, when you get more and more people joining, you tend to lose track of... But if you're regular, guys, I remember. Keto, I think I remember your name. I think. Keto. Yeah, it's slowing down a bit now, isn't it? What time is it? 25 past 7, 6, half 2 or 3 off. It's 5 hours behind, aren't you? 7 or 6 or 5 or 4 or 3 off 2. So it's half 2. It's coming up half 2. Onyx, you're a new face as well from Ohio. Excellent. Got loads of good US guys here. New allies over the pond. Okay, this is what I'm expecting. I was just hoping for a better setup than that, really. Maybe on someone else's chart it might not be too bad. Curtis, you are from Washington State in the US. Excellent. Everything sounds so much more glamorous than the UK. Gotta say, the UK isn't glamorous. I know America's, it's big, sort of ballsy, bigger. Everything's bigger, isn't it? Your houses are bigger. Trouble is, half the houses in the UK, they're that small. Some of our houses are fit into your front rooms. That's the trouble. You guys know how to live. You know how to build a house and have to have a garden. God, some of the houses we live in are tiny. It's definitely respecting that channel, is for sure. But it does seem to be doing a little bit of a sideways jig there, doesn't it? Thank you. You're welcome. You're very welcome. I think we're probably going to knock it on the head in a minute, I think, unless we can get some set up now. It's getting on a bit. My gob's drying up. Oh, dear me. But it's been a good day. Best day so far, that $1,300. You can do that on 2 contracts. I'm chuffed to bits with that. Yeah, it's definitely slowing down now, isn't it? So New York time would be around about 2:30. So I'm just wondering whether there will be any institutional traders working. Well, I don't know, do they? You'd have thought they'd have broken up for Christmas. So look at this. Yeah, I'm expecting this to continue down, maybe a bit sideways, but I'm expecting to touch here and then possibly here. And based on the daily, we had this big push down, trying to go once, trying to go twice, failed. I'm expecting some other type of a push down tomorrow, because based on what we've been doing for the last 10 months, up, down, up, down, up, down. So I think it's fair to make an assumption that we're going to continue down again. So I'll just have a glance on that now and again, just to give me an idea of where things have been and where they're likely to go. Certainly does look like one leg down and another one's on the way, doesn't it? Let's have a wee looky. Yeah. Not a lot's happening at the moment, is it? Let's just remove this a minute. 2 legs up. There's a potential short there, but it needs to be a good one. Okay, so there's our new high, yeah. So that, if it formed right, you would say that would be a lower high. Plus it's a second entry short. EMA's facing down, but it needs to get a bit closer than that for me to lure me in at this stage, especially as I'm up. The last thing I like to do is give away anything I've made. But it needs to get a little bit further. I'm hoping we've had this push up here and we have something similar here to get us up to around about here, but lower than here, finishing bearish. But that's just not good enough for me. As bearish as it may finish, it's just too risky. It is a second entry short and it is on the there, but it's quite likely going to come down. But I'll just get a bit wary. We are doing a little bit of sideways stuff, aren't we? See. Hope no one's in that trade, by the way, because your arses are going to be twitching. I think there's a fair assumption it may pop up the top. We are having a little bit of sideways, aren't we? So you just don't quite know. So that's a lower high and a second entry short. The reason I left it is just it's not, I like it tucked up there, I do. I like the top of that body close to here for me to take that, because it does make it riskier. Now that might come up and stop you out, and you may, because the trend is down, it may just, you know, fall on your side. So, but I'll be a bit nervous. Please take into account that NQ is coming into 10,800 demand zone. We may see a bounce on the ES. Yeah, I don't follow the NQ much, so I can't comment there, but it looks like whoever was in that trade now has just been screwed, which is a shame, but they are just a bit risky. So you've had that second entry short, so it's definitely a second entry short. It's a lower high, it's off the key entry point, but it's just where it doesn't you know, sort of merge into that EMA enough for me, really. Now I'm just wondering now whether we may push up a bit to here. I don't know. Let's see how this forms. Let's blow out a little bit. So we've clearly been in this a trend, haven't we? We've pushed down a bigger trend, so we've touched here, we've touched here, we've touched here. So it's supported, it's respected that line, that top line, isn't it? So then you may call this a breakout, which you would expect to fail, but it has gone a little bit messy at the moment, isn't it? I did mention earlier that when I put that up there, that it could range a little bit in this area, and it has done, I think, a little. Sort of come into it, come to the bottom, we've gone up, come to the top. So I am expecting it to come down. But I wouldn't be picking the top here. I would be waiting to take the lower high. Ronnie, I think you're a new face. Welcome, Ronnie. I'm not sure. Yeah, I've not heard your name before. We are hovering around the 6180 retracement. Okay, so you're talking the Fib tool, are you? Fibonacci retracement tool. I used to use that on currency. I don't use it here, but Ronnie, where are you from, brother? I always like to know where people are from. Yeah, even if this ends up bearish, it's just something not right about that for me. I'd want it confirmed. New guy here. Where you from, mate? Where you from? Make it somewhere glamorous. Yeah, big bearish bar there, but I don't like it. California, you live in Kentucky. Oh, why does everyone live more glamorous than I do? California and Kentucky. You're not having any of this weather, are you, at the moment? This bad snow. It's been horrendous in parts, isn't it? Minus 50 in parts. Shocking, that is. Alright, let's have a quick draw on one of those. Not yet, I don't think. Possibly somewhere. Okay, so I'd want a lower high before I think about coming down here anymore. You're a new face as well. Ting. In the past hours, I thought the chart is for the NQ. Oh no, ES. Sorry, ES. I think the NQ. Don't the point system work slightly different? I think the money side of it works slightly different. Excuse me a second. I have a cough. Sorry about that. It's dry chesty cough at the moment. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no, ES, this is the price action trading system. This is max price action trading system that we're trading here. VX above VWAP. Good bearish signal. Yeah, we've got a downtrend here. That to me is a break. But I need a confirmation to go lower and a better signal bar, really. Preferably a little push up here. Push through it, followed by a bearish bar. And then, if I can get into something like that, then I'll probably ride it down to this second leg. And if it does get here, then I expect it to go a little bit further down to take out this measured leg from yesterday. Yeah. It's easy to get confused, isn't it? It's just up here in a little box, isn't it? Yeah. Back for lunch. You're back for lunch, are you? Of course, yeah. It's lunchtime, isn't it? Yeah. To be honest with you, mate, my wife and daughter are out at the moment, so I'm just sat in the house with 2 dogs, so I got nothing better to do. I mean, if you've got the patience to sit down and it's not affecting your trading, I'd say, sit for a good few hours if you can. The more screen time you get. I've lately been in the school of less is more, but I seem to have found my equilibrium at the moment, and I feel quite nice and calm and patient, and I'm not going to jump silly into a trade, so I'm quite happy sat here. So if we can get a good setup here, I'll go short. I kind of like the fact that we've had this little bit of a range. We've broken out of it, and also we've had this trend down, and we've broken out of it, and hopefully we're pulling back into it. But I would prefer a lower high, preferably up here somewhere, to go short. We've had this push down. I think it's likely we may get another one. Your stream has become quite popular. Thank you. I'm really happy to have found it. Yeah, I'm happy to find you guys. It's much nicer to trade with a bunch of people than stuck in a room on your own. It can get a bit boring, I've got to say. Yeah, it's just not. I've always been the type, if I'm interested in something, it's nice to find other people with the same interest. You know, gives you stuff to chat about, doesn't it? Run ideas past each other. You know, we're all here to sort of learn. I'm maybe a little bit more experienced than some of you, but there'll be more of you that are more experienced than me. So we're all at different levels, aren't we? And I've got loads of help. I've had loads of help. And if you can, you know, what's your name, UK Futures Trader? Can't you call your UK Futures Trader all the right time? Say that again. What's your name? UK Futures Trader? Yeah. Can't call you... Oh, sorry, Lance. My name's Lance. Sorry. It is... If you go into my channel, it does... If you go into about it... Lance, my name, not Lance. Depends how you want to call it. Depends how posh you want to make me sound. But yeah, Lance, that's my name. I think most of you know that, don't you? I don't know. Maybe you don't, actually. Lance or Lance, however you want to describe it, pronounce it. Sorry, I didn't click what you were on about there for a second. Oh, Lance, that's it, yeah. Okay, we've had a bit of a push up here. See what happens here. Okay, let's see how this finishes here. I'm going to get an order ready. And if this finishes right, then I may go short, because this to me is a break. Yeah, I've been called Sir Lancelot plenty of times in my lifetime. You're not the first. I went through all my school and been called Sir Lancelot. It's kind of a title that's followed me around. I don't mind, you call me whatever you like. I like a bit of banter. I don't take much seriously. Anybody that knows me knows all I do is mess around. I don't take much seriously. I don't get offended. You can say whatever you like about me. I don't get offended. Nice to meet you too, Jamie. Come on, let's have a setup here. Come on, I like that. If that finishes right, I think there may be some longs in there. Second entry long, thinking we're going to push back up. So if we can get a good setup in, push below here, then I think we're golden for a while. So, but I don't know whether we're going to get a setup. But I can't moan. I've had a good day, so if it doesn't go right, it doesn't go right. It's not going to do it, is it? Ouch. Pawn trades. I think you're a new face, are you? I can't remember. YouTube must be pushing you out to Kentucky today. I think you're right. Pawn trades. Excuse me about that. Another quick coughing fit. Where options affecting this can be pinned. Good job. Let's get down anyway. Yeah, I think we've... let's have a look. I think we're going to call it a day there, I would say. It's been a good solid day. We've had two good trades. One up here, one down here, and a big gap in between. It's a shame, really. for a nice downtrend, you hope to get some nice trades. I mean, on someone else's chart, some of these, that might look okay. On others' charts, it might... It's had a big push out there, look. On some charts, they might look different. You may have had a few more trades than me, but I wasn't expecting that. Which is part of the reason why I didn't take that, because I'd have still been sat in it waiting for it to come down here. Okay, I think that's going to be it for today, guys. I appreciate you joining me. It's been a good, positive day. Day 10, so effectively now I could. I'm in the realms for a withdrawal. Now the plan was to get up to $7,000. Take a withdrawal of $2,000, which is still give me 5, so I've got plenty of a cushion there. So I'm about just under $1,000 shy. So we've got tomorrow, and let's have a look. Got tomorrow. Trading tomorrow, and then 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So in the next 4 days, fingers crossed, we should hit the 7,000, and then I'll put in a withdrawal here or here, which then I believe comes about the 15th. I'm not sure when it comes out of my account. We'll have to we'll look at that when it comes. But what I will do is when I get the payment and any emails and notifications, I'll pop it up here and I'll show you. No, you don't need to force one now. I'll pop it up here and show you guys so you can see it all. I've never seen anybody post a payment, so it's nice to see. So at least then we've had we've done all the evaluation live, we've done the PA and all that, and we've built it up to a nice looking healthy amount, and things are going really well. So thank you, Accountability King. You're always very polite. Very not like some of the other riffraff we get on this this page. So yeah, I appreciate it, guys. I appreciate everyone. I hate the word guys. I don't know why I say it. I appreciate everyone hooking up. And we've had a nice chat. We've had a positive day. I hope everybody else has had a positive day, and you've all had a little bit of money. Does cumulative delta work? You're going to have to talk to someone else about that. I tend to I've not got involved in a order flow. I think something to do with order flow, isn't it? So, yeah, have a great day, everyone. Have a great evening. If you're carrying on trading, good luck. And I will catch you all tomorrow here about the same time. So, around about just maybe 5-10 minutes before the market opens. And so, I wish you all a great evening. And I will catch up with you all.